All right, everybody. It is your host, Michael Garza, 4-3. Welcome to the show. We're here. We're live. We're large. And we're in charge, man. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Michael Garza Show. We got Eric Von Erich in the house, my boy. We got many people in the house. Time for Garza. Michael Garza, 4-3. We'll do. Okay, everything looks good. All right, cool. Yeah. We're doing a quick sound check. Sorry about that, everybody. Oh, my boy TJ says Peter Kane dog training cuts his hair. That's the big news for the night. Oh God. We got my boy. We got Annie in the house. What up, Annie? How you doing? Everybody in the house, say aye. All right, you guys. I gotta put up a couple things real quick. Sorry about that. JD Vance went to a Turning Point USA event, which is pretty dope. I love my boy JD. But yeah, JD Vance is the man, bro. I do love me some JD. Give me that JD, dude. JD is sexy. Give me just another second, everybody. Okay, we're getting a few viewers. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope the audio quality sounds good. Welcome to having a new microphone. So the Michael Garza Show officially has a new mother effing microphone. Can you believe it? Now, it was about time. We absolutely needed to get a new mic for the show. Geez, Erika Kirk was getting death threats for wanting to talk to Vance. Are you kidding me? That's crazy, dude. That is fucking crazy. Shit. That's unreal, man. The left is getting too insane for its own good, in my opinion. I think the left is just has lost the plot completely. That's my take on it, at least. I think the left is just out of their minds these days, and it's too much for me to handle sometimes. I don't even want to think about the left half the time. The left is just too cray-cray, dude. But we're going to react to a little bit of our boy JD Vance. And, you know, on this channel, we are huge JD. I'm a huge JD Vance fan, at least. I want JD Vance. Lord Luck has arrived. Says, it sounds gay AF. You chose well. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. No, do you guys think how do you guys... do you guys think the sound quality is better? Because this is the new Shure microphone that I purchased for the show specifically. Now, just to let you guys know, I still have the Yeti Blue. I'm not getting rid of this. Do you want to know why? Because if this ever gets injured for whatever reason, I got to send it in for repair. I got to have this as the backup for the show. So there's still a place on the Michael Garza Show for the Yeti, but this is our backup quarterback. This right here is our backup QB. And it rocks. No, but really a huge fan overall. Look, I love JD Vance. JD Vance is the man. As I always say, man, I'd rather have Vance in my pants than walls on my balls, dude. I would rather have Vance in my pants than walls on my balls. That's all I gotta say. Well, as long as the audio quality is sounding good, that is the most important thing to me for the show. I mean, I still obviously want to put on a good show. I can't just rest on my laurels with good audio quality. TJ, so TJ is saying, I might quit going to the protests. Not sure if it's worth the abuse. I'm going Saturday to make my final decision. I totally... I love JD Vance, dude. I'm not going to lie. But anyway, let's... Hold on. Before I talk to TJ on this, I got to... I'm cooking some burger real quick. BRB. One second, you guys. 1 second. And I will say this, TJ. I totally get your apprehension for wanting to go to those events, considering how shitty they treat you. The people there treat you like crap, man. That's the one thing I will say. I'm definitely Spartacus. I'm a Democrat, socialist, and proud of it. That's funny, man. But no, I will say this though. Yeah, no, the way that the way that a lot of those people down there treat you, man, is just it actually pisses me off. And at the end of the day, the fact that are you talking about the fact that Sal keeps doing those terrible posts? Honestly, if you need me to, man, I will go down there. I will go down to those events and I will make a complete ass of myself. In turn, it will make you look like, it'll turn me into the enemy, which I don't really care. I hate the left. I kind of want them to hate me because they're they're going to hate things anyway, so they might as well hate me. That's all the left is good for, man. The left is just very hateful. I don't necessarily hate these people either. They just piss me off. So, and there's a difference between getting pissed off about these people, overall. Oh, he posted about you again. Oh, it's right. Hold on. Yeah. No, dude, I'm sticking with Trump, Chaz. I'm sticking with Trump, bro.
Chaz X2Q says, MAGA supporters are giving up on Trump.
I love Trump, dude.
Just the hardcore dips hits left.
Dude, Trump, by the way, Trump's the man, dude. This Iran war is pretty much done and over with. And all the leftists complaining have nothing to ride on. The left just keeps getting more and more annoying. No, but here's the thing. Even, let's just say people were giving up on MAGA. Do you think that the people who were part of MAGA would go to Democrat Party? No, they went to MAGA because Democrats were too crazy. It's a mighty fine burger. There we go. Yeah, dude. Trump's the man. Straight up, Trump's the GOAT, dude. Okay, so let's react.
People telling you that Erika wasn't grieving her husband are full of shit, and we need to be honest about that fact.
Yeah, hold on.
People, man, we're going to keep on negotiating and try to make it to be yes. Solve the other because she's great to be here.
Hello, Athens. Yeah.
Athens, Georgia, man.
I think that's their thing. I like it.
That is definitely their thing. So I've been to 2 SEC schools with Turning Point USA, and my Ohio State brethren are ashamed of me because I've given you guys way more love than my own alma mater, but it's pretty good to be in SEC country, I have to say. It's great to be here.
We can help fix that. We can work on that. So for those of you wondering why I don't have really flowing, long, blonde hair right now, so I'm going to address it right at the front. Mr. Vice President, I'm on stage here instead of our friend Erika Kirk.
That's right.
Because unfortunately, she has received some very serious threats in her direction, which is terrible.
That is extremely disturbing that people would threaten Erika Kirk for wanting to speak with JD Vance. These people are sick, dude. The people putting out these threats are disgusting human beings.
It's a terrible reflection on the state of reality and the state of the country. But it underscores a larger point that she has received a lot of attacks.
Yes, she has.
Surprising places, perhaps. Tell us what you think about that. Some of the people that have made, part-time jobs out of attacking Erika, and this is the net result.
Sure. Well, first of all, I love Erika, and I know that she did get some threats. And, about 2 hours ago, as you know, Andrew, I was a little worried that we were going to have to cancel the event because Erika was not going to come, and she was very worried about it. And I talked to the Secret Service, and obviously these guys do a very good job. And I said, you know what? Let's let Erika do what she needs to do for herself and her family. I'm sure Andrew will fill in. And let's go and make this an amazing event with the Georgia Bulldogs in Athens, Georgia. So absolutely.
I mean, it pisses me off that they would threaten Erika Kirk, considering that her husband, Charlie, was killed. I mean, come on, man. Some of you people on the internet are sick. And this is what TJ is saying real quick.
Stocks Familiferum says, I get threats for wanting to talk to Democrat Danny at the boardwalk.
That is it's so wild that people are willing to threaten you. Threaten you. Why? The Democrats are so full of anger and spite that it's mentally. I'm starting to feel that liberals are mentally ill. I mean, that's what I'm starting to feel, man. Because I see the way that they treat you when you go down there. I see the way that I see the way they proceed, and dude, it pisses me off, man. The liberals have gotten a little too extreme. They've gotten a little too hyphy. Pisses me off, man.
We're going to do this thing. But look, I mean, in so many ways, when did Charlie die? It was mid-September, I believe.
September 10th.
And in the past, that's right, it was the day right before September 11th. And in so many ways, the past 6 or so months have been two separate living hells for Erika Kirk. And the first is, of course, that she lost her husband, she lost the father of her children, and I'll never forget this because, I mean, frankly, I think a lot about it because my wife is now pregnant with our fourth baby, is when we went and picked up, thank you.
I think what's really messed up is that Charlie Kirk's youngest daughter, his children had to witness him being shot on stage. It's disgusting. And I will never forgive the left because of how they reacted. There were so many leftists on TikTok that were celebrating Charlie's death. And I realized that I will never, I mean, I wasn't going to vote Democrat to begin with. Chances were probably zero anyway. But I will do everything in my power to make it within legality, by the way. I will do everything with my influence to make sure that a Democrat is never elected again. I would rather have third party. I would rather have a third party or a Republican. I will never support Democrats. If you have Democrat in your title, I know that you're not serious, and I know that you're a terrible politician, and I will never vote for you. I do not take the left seriously. And what I mean is I don't take them seriously as politicians. I think the left is out of your freaking, I think the left is out of their mind. And I support JD Vance, dude. I love JD Vance. What happened to Charlie was incredibly terrible. It was an act of evil. And the way that the left across TikTok, across Twitter, or well, maybe not Twitter, but yeah, any social media platform you could think of, the way that the left reacted to Charlie's death shows you everything you need to know about the insanity of the left. Now, if you guys think the leftists are insane, please tap the subscribe button. Please tap the like button. Double tap your screen to like the stream. It does help the channel grow. If you can, though, double tap your screen to like the stream. But, dude, honestly, I'm pissed. No, I'm pissed that Erika was getting death threats, dude. That's terrible. Effing terrible, dude. Makes me sick to my stomach, man. Let's keep watching this, dude.
But when we went and picked up Charlie's body in Utah, and of course you were there with us, and I met Erika, and I met the family. I mean, I met his parents and his little sister. And I just think about that moment and where she was so broken. And any of you know who anybody who's grieved before is you kind of go from just crestfallen and sad, and then you want to remember the person that you just lost. And there's just this constant flood of emotions, right? At one moment, you're laughing about something they said 2 years ago, and at another moment, you're sobbing because they're not there anymore. And I thought...
Yeah, keep going, JD. What Erika had to go through, I mean, seriously, what she had to go through, the fact that people want to even give her death threats, it is disgusting. It's a level of nastiness that I don't get. I don't get it. I just don't get that level of nastiness, man. Thank you, Brittany. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can't believe I'm at 10,000 subscribers, man. It's kind of a surreal moment. I really worked hard to get this channel to where it's at. I even spoiled myself, and I bought a new microphone. I think this microphone sounds a lot better than the Yeti. And by the way, it's a little bit further away from my mouth at the moment because I'm eating a sandwich. But yeah, no, what happened to Charlie Kirk, though, it still doesn't sit well with me. You know, I think it doesn't sit well with a lot of people. And to those of you who, you know, are conservative, pretty right-leaning like myself, You know, it feels like somebody that, and I enjoyed watching Charlie's videos. I actually watched a lot of his videos on YouTube, and I just never, I thought he would be the last person to get shot. I thought people would have enough respect for this guy to know that he was a good dude. But
Yoggers Farm says, "Hey trolls, double tap the screen to show you really hate Garza." Yoggers Farm says,
thank you, Yoggers. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jim.
"People who like Garza double
Appreciate
tap
you, bro.
the screen." Stocks Familiferum says, "Spartacus loves the hotel chair in the corner."
Oh, the cuck chair. The cuck chair. Oh god. That is the cuck chair. The cuckening.
Thought about that moment a lot because
Oh man, Jesus.
Erika told me, and that was the first time she'd ever, told me this, and I guess I thought about it a lot in the context of our own, my wife's pregnancy. She said, "I really wish that we had had more babies together," and that kind of hit me like, it's just it. He's gone. That was sort of one of the moments where I realized Charlie's not coming back here, and you have this mom who's really sad about the fact that her two little kids may never have memories. I mean, you think about as a father, I know most of you out there are too young to have kids, but one of the things that you think about as a father is, I want my kids to remember this moment, right? I want my 6-year-old to remember when I took him to the zoo, or my 6-year-old son was just baptized on Easter Sunday, and I want him to remember that moment with me. And thank you. But so Erika's struggling with this, and of course that's terrible, unspeakable. Most of us cannot even put ourselves in her shoes, while at the same time, she's trying to make sure that Charlie's legacy doesn't die. And in that context, everybody is attacking her over everything, and they're lying about her, and it's one of the most disgraceful things that I've ever seen in public life. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my life as a political leader, and I will tell you that the people who tell you, I was there with her, I was holding her hand, my wife was hugging her while we loaded Charlie's body onto Air Force Two and said the Lord's Prayer, the people telling you that Erika wasn't grieving her husband are full of shit. And we need to be honest about that.
And that it is very deranged, some of the stuff that people were making up about her. Like, it really is disturbing. Like, people, and this is the problem with the internet. Nobody gets punched in the face for the things that they say. So therefore, everybody's going to say the worst possible things. I'll admit I'm a little guilty of that too, but I still try to be a human being, even when I'm online. I may be a bit of a clown, but I still, honestly, you know what I mean? Like, he was a good person. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. The Asshola Ayatollah. He was killed. I don't necessarily feel bad about the Asshola Ayatollah being killed because he was directly responsible for the death of thousands of people protesting the Iranian regime. But Charlie Kirk, honestly, was a debater, a speaker, and damn, a good human being. So, to those of you who just making up shit, screw yourselves.
Excuse my language. My wife says I got to work on my language. She's been telling me that for 12 years, and it still hasn't taken. But the thing is, look, when you become a public figure, the natural thing, and I've talked to Erika about this privately, is a ton of crazy people say a ton of things about you that simply aren't true. But the thing that makes it so egregious with Erika is that she's a grieving person who's trying to carry on her husband's legacy. And look, we all do things that are wrong. If you want to, criticize Turning Point USA for not taking this position or having this political disagreement, or maybe it should do this or that, that's all above board. But to say that Erika Kirk wasn't grieving her husband on that day, to say that Erika Kirk was somehow complicit in it, is so preposterous and so disgusting. And it's one of the things that has broken, I think, the American public conversation over the last 6 months. Andrew, we could talk about this for a long time. Charlie's absence, I felt it so many times in so many different ways. There have been so many times where I wanted to call Charlie and say, man, you've got to call this person, or man, you've got to put this event together so we can help.
Yeah, it's weird. Like when Kobe Bryant died in at the end of 2019. I thought, no, actually he died in the beginning of 2020. I forgot at one point that he had passed away because I was watching Kobe highlights and I was like, oh man, dude needs to come out of retirement. And as I said that, I was like, I forgot he passed away. There are just some people who are so larger than life that even if they die, you're surprised that they're still not here. They just had that large, like Charlie Kirk had that larger than life aura. And it's weird to think that he was killed. You know what I mean? And it's weird to think that he was killed by a very hateful, crazy person. Yeah.
Help this candidate, or just to bounce ideas off of as a friend. There have been so many ways in which I felt that void.
And like to all the people who said that, oh, Charlie said this, Charlie said that. Well, guess what? Even if he did say heinous things, which honestly, everything he said was pretty much common sense most of the time. Charlie was an awesome individual. He never killed anybody. He never ordered people to die, you know? He was a good human being. And to those of you who say he wasn't, you're a bunch of leftist idiots who will believe anything you're told. No, when Charlie passed away, man, I was pissed. And not just passed, he was killed in cold blood. So, you know what? To all you leftists out there, we're not going to shut up. We still remember the day that he was killed. I still remember it. I was in shock. And I was actually pretty fucking sad. I'm not going to lie. I was actually pretty depressed for a good few days. Because I saw the amount of people he had helped. I saw the amount of people he made feel better about their lives. And I think he was also, you know, I love that he actually wasn't out there to try to make college kids feel bad about themselves. He was trying to get college kids to think. And that was the important part. No, but Charlie was an amazing human being, man. And just pisses me off all the people who are making crap up, you know. I don't know. It just sucks to see good people pass away. That's all. Okay. Zaddy is back. Zaddy.
One of the ways in which I felt that void is that it's like the response to Charlie Kirk dying.
Yeah.
The response to
Dude, all the crazy leftists, their response to Kirk dying was disturbing. Like, it was messed up, man. The amount of people the amount of leftists on like TikTok and YouTube shorts that were celebrating this, even on Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever the hell people use, their response was disgusting. Absolutely nasty. And it was one of the reasons why I basically make fun of the left, because the left is disgusting. Like, I could never, like, even people I don't like, you know, the only person I will say, I mean, even the asshole Ayatollah, I wasn't celebrating his death per se, but I was like, you know, we had to do what we had to do. I would rather see people surrender than die, you know. But look, Charlie was actually a good person. And whether you agree with his points of view or not, his belief systems, it doesn't matter. He wasn't killing anybody. He wasn't doing anything wrong. And yet, you people celebrated. All you leftists out there celebrated his death. I mean, you guys should be disgusted in yourselves.
Charlie Kirk getting assassinated by a left-wing furry lover is the response.
By a left-wing furry lover. Let that sink in, you guys. To all you crazy leftists out there, let that sink in. The death of Charlie Kirk made people realize that the left is not worth voting for. The Democrats are too crazy. And also the reaction. I think the thing that I think the reason that the Democrats are so unpopular is their reactions on social media to the death of a good person.
Should have been, let's go after left-wing violence and terrorism. Let's defund the networks of left-wing violence and terrorism. That's what we've been doing in Washington, D.C., and that's what we've been fighting for every single day. You know, Savannah Hernandez, of course, was assaulted in Minnesota a couple days ago. I talked to Kash Patel on the way down here, and I said, I assume that we're doing something here. And he said, yes, we've had multiple agents on the ground. We've already talked to Savannah. We're going to use the video to try to go after the people who assaulted her and then try to defund the networks that fund those radicals who are going around assaulting activists. That's what we should be doing. And I know that politics is hard, and I know that it's challenging, and I know that things aren't always easy, and we're going to have disagreements even within our coalition. But if you're going after Erika Kirk and not the people who are trying to destroy the United States of America, you're part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Yeah, amen. Amen,
bro. Amen. I 100% agree with my boy JD on that one, man. 100%.
You know, I think that's really well said, Mr. Vice President. And I always try and remember that Erika has to live with this constant reality that her kids are one parent away from being orphans. And so we take that extremely seriously. And as you mentioned, what happened with Savannah. And I think it's just important that we remember that we're dealing with humans. These are human beings.
Yeah, you know, exactly. And I've heard some people say, well, you know, Erika was smiling 2 days after Charlie Kirk died or something like that. And it's like, most of us in this room have grieved somebody that we loved. You know, maybe, hopefully not a spouse who dies in the prime of their life, but when you deal with somebody who's grieving, it's always this weird combination of emotions. It's intense sadness, intense affection. It's, you know, you sort of love that person in that moment, maybe more than you ever have because you feel their absence. You think about all the happy moments that you had and you can't help but smile. And then you remember they're not there and you can't help but sob. That's what grief is like. And so, again, if your instinct is to go after not the left-wing radicals who are assaulting Savannah, or not the people who shot Charlie Kirk, but if your instinct is to go after a young mother because she's grieving in a way that you find you find wrong.
No. The left, here's my main issue with the left, is they want to control people so badly. They even want to control the way that you react to things. It's disturbing. The left has this authoritarian spirit to them, and they want to control everybody and everything. It's extremely messed up, man. And it does piss me off, by the way. But yeah, the left is out of its collectivist minds.
Well, why don't you stay in your lane and mind your own business?
Yeah, amen.
Grief is complicated, and so there's another angle of this, Andrew, which is just so absurd, which is that, people will say that, Erika, she's been doing this or she's been doing that, and I would be doing something different. And it's like, first of all, that's fine. Like, if you want to criticize somebody because you have a disagreement, disagree with my politics, disagree with something that Erika or Andrew say on the Turning Point podcast, but this desire to go after her for the way she's grieving her husband, that's the most preposterous thing I've seen in a very long time, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in politics.
Amen. Thank you for saying that, Mr. Vice President. So I think this segues very well into our next question here. You are a practicing Catholic. You're, despite your language, you're attempting to be a faithful Catholic.
That's right.
I think it was well placed, if
Thank you. I
may
appreciate
say.
it.
I'm sure you've seen that the Vatican and the Pope and the President have been in the news
yes.
lately. So as a Catholic...
Oh, man. This is crazy. What's his answer going to be?
What does it feel like to be, in the middle of that?
I thought it was going to be easy questions. This is kind of a tough question here.
Nope, no easy ones there.
So here's the thing about this. So first of all, you will sometimes hear people say, well, the Vatican, the church, whether it's the Protestant church, the Catholic church, they should preach the gospel, they should ignore public policy. I actually don't agree with that. I actually think that it's a good thing when Christian leaders, whether they're Catholic or Protestant, part of preaching the gospel is talking about how the gospel applies to the issues of the day. So I've never been one of these people who say that you should never have, Christian leadership not talking about politics, or frankly, political leaders not talking about their Christian faith. But I do think that we have to remember that, each of us has our own role. I'm the Vice President of the United States. The fundamental way I understand my role is that I'm trying to take the lessons, the moral truths that are rooted in Christianity, and I'm trying to apply them to a whole host of complicated real-world scenarios. Thank you.
God, that was well said. The one thing I will say about JD Vance is he's a well-spoken man. He's one of the most well-spoken dudes I've ever listened to. He's amazing. I mean, he gets his points across so well and so eloquently, by the way. I think he's like one of the best public speakers in the world, if I'm going to be honest. Good. And, wow. Honestly, he's amazing, dude. Yeah, do I got a bit of a man crush on JD Vance? Absolutely, dude. I think everybody does, if we're gonna be honest. Oh yeah, no yeah. I think everybody loves JD though.
So my job is to apply moral truth to try to do the best thing for the American people. That's my job. And that's the President of the United States' job. And of course, he's the person who leads our administration. The Pope's job is to preach the gospel. Okay? And again, I think that sometimes in the context, it doesn't bother me, even when I disagree with him. And I have a lot of respect for the Pope. I like him. I admire him. I've gotten to know him a little bit. It doesn't bother me when he speaks on issues of the day, frankly, even when I disagree with how he's applying a particular principle. So the most obvious example is, it has frustrated me that some of the Catholic clergy have attacked mercilessly the Trump administration on immigration. It is a constant.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think that's what the Catholics are wrong on that one too. Catholics need to stop. There is nothing wrong with keeping people out of your country if they're going to do harm to your citizens. I see nothing wrong with that. If that person's going to commit harm to your citizens and there's a chance of it, you want to avoid that at all costs. Completely end of story. I think that it should be plain and simple at that point. But yeah, no. JD's the man, dude. Whatever you guys are saying, JD's the man.
It's an idea that somehow everything that the Trump administration does when it comes to securing our borders is inhumane. And my constant response to that is, how is it humane to allow drug traffickers and sex traffickers to bring little kids across the southern border?
Amen.
How is that humane? But again, I'd almost rather have the conversation. So I kind of like, even when there's disagreement, I like it when the Pope comments on questions of immigration. I like it when the Pope talks about abortion. I like it when the Pope talks about matters of war and peace, because I think that at the very least it invites a conversation. So I think some people, their reaction to this is to say, well, he shouldn't have said that. And look, there are certainly things that the Pope has said in the last few months that I disagree with. Let me just take one very concrete example related to this conflict in Iran. So the Pope said something where he said, and I'm gonna try to remember the exact quote, but he said that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. I'm pretty sure that he said that exact statement. Now, on the one hand, again, I like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles.
No, that's a good thing. I don't think a Pope being an advocate of war is a good thing, naturally. I mean, most religions, at least the ones that are worthwhile, tend to be against war. Sure. And is this war, this is a war. But I also think it's best not to turn, sometimes you can't really turn the other cheek. So, like, Iran's government has done so many terrible things that it's honestly a surprise that we haven't gone after Iran a lot sooner. Biden had every opportunity to go to get Iran. George Bush technically did. Iran has been a terrible country for a while, doing terrible, terrible, terrible things. And if you guys can't see that, man, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you at that point, But no, I just think Vance is a really cool dude. I think he's one of the best dudes I've ever seen. Huge fan of Vance. I don't know why anybody would even hate the guy, to be honest. Like, he really is a cool dude. Honestly, a good fella. So it actually kind of blows my mind a little bit that people, the way that people talk about him sometimes, I'm just like, come on, man. Dude's a good soul. Dude's a good man. And yeah, that's the way I see it. David Wilson is how is Vance trash, dude? Vance is like one of the best vice presidents we've ever had. Are you kidding me? JD Vance is one of the greatest vice presidents we've ever had. You are out of your mind if you think that Vance is trash. Like, why would you think that Vance is trash, dude? No. Hell no. No, Trump's the man. Vance is the man. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that crap from you guys. Dude, come on, man. Vance is the man. Dude, if you guys don't think Vance is the man, whatever, dude. I think he's incredible, bro. I think he's a good husband. Just a good man in general.
On the other hand, how can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not. I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a pretty easy principle. Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No. First of all, random dude who's shouting. Can I finish my point and then I'll respond to what you just shouted? Is that okay? Okay, great.
Yeah, can we give him 1 second to answer this?
So let me just finish this question on the Pope, and then I want to respond to what this guy said. So, number one, when the
dude, JD's a class act. The guy that was yelling randomly in the crowd, like, "Oh, we're doing genocide in Gaza." It's like, okay, hold on. Before we get to that, JD wanted to finish his point. He's finishing his point, and dude, JD Vance, no matter what, dude. This guy is such a masterful public speaker. I love listening to him speak. I could listen to him if he did if he read like a book and did like an audiobook for a series of or anything. I would listen to that audiobook.
When the Pope says that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword, there is more than a 1,000-year tradition of just war theory. Okay? Now, we can, of course, have disagreements about whether this or that conflict is just, but I think that it's important, in the same way that it's important for the Vice President of the United States to be careful when I talk about matters of public policy. I think it's very, very important for the Pope
Vance is the
to
man,
be careful when he talks about matters of theology.
The man.
And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first. But I think one of the issues here is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And that's one of the things that I try to do. And it's certainly something I would expect from the clergy, whether they're Catholic or Protestant. Now, to respond to this guy here, he said,
I do want to see what JD's ultimate response is to the crazy guy yelling in the crowd. But we'll see what he says. I am actually pretty curious to see what he says. It's going to be very, very interesting. Let's take a listen.
I believe he said the administration supports a genocide in Gaza. And here's my response to that. When we came in, the humanitarian situation in Gaza was an absolute catastrophe. You know who's the person who got a peace agreement in Gaza? Donald J. Trump.
Oh, yeah. Abso-freaking-lutely. Because Trump is the man, and he gets shit done. That's just the way Trump is, man. He's just one of those guys that he gets things done when they need to get done. Enough said.
So if you want to complain about what happened in Gaza...
That's just how it rolls, man. That's just how that shit rolls.
So if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden and the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem.
By the way, if you guys think that JD Vance is the man, double tap your screens. If you guys think that the death threats to Erika Kirk were terrible, like if you guys are tired of the left doing death threats to good people, double tap the screen. If you guys want to give a middle finger to the Democrat Party by making this show bigger, honestly, this show getting bigger is a huge middle finger to the Democrat Party because we're tired of being bossed around by these stinking Karens. We're tired of it. We're tired of the Karens, man. So please double tap the screen if you guys can. It does help the channel grow. The more likes we get, the better. We're trying to get to 100 likes. We're trying to get to 100 likes before the end of the stream because we're tired of the left, man. We're tired of being bullied by the left. The left is a bunch of bullies. Straight up. And we're done with it. Absolutely done with it.
And by the way, not only was our administration like the administration that solved the problem, but the president.
Dude, this guy that keeps yelling in the crowd, man, he's insane. It's probably another insane leftist that decided to get into the Turning Point event. You know, these crazy leftist lunatics, they just get into these events and then they start freaking yelling their low IQ point of view. The left is just out of their minds. And, you know, truth be told, a lot of people are just really done with the left in general. You know, you can't say you blame them. You totally get it. I mean, it's just one of those things, man. People are done with the left. And hold on, I gotta make sure this is sounding right. Hold on. Give me just a few more moments, though. I got to make sure the show is sounding okay. I mean, it's just one of those things, man. People are done with the left. And hold on, I gotta make sure this is sounding right. Hold on. Okay, I think it's sounding a little bit better. Maybe. Give me just a few more moments, though. I got to make sure the show is sounding okay. I mean, it's just one of those things. Is the microphone sounding a little too loud to anybody? Like, is it sounding like a little bit too crazy, or if the microphone is sounding a little bit loud, though, you guys, please let me know. I mean, it really does help honest opinions. Like, if the microphone is a little too loud, please let me know, because then I don't mind turning it down if I need to. But I'm just trying to see. I guess I got it like to a plus 20 decibels. At least we're trying to get this microphone situation figured out. Yeah, the guy in the audience is very triggered. Yeah, so yeah, we're trying to make sure that everything sounds good. Well, David Wilson, that was nice. Well, anyway, we'll keep going.
Excuse me, sir.
Come on.
Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years, because we have taken that situation seriously. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of about.
Yeah, the leftist in the crowd is completely unhinged and doesn't understand what the fuck is going on. It's a crazy unhinged leftist, dude. I mean, that's all there is to it. It's all there is in the crowd right now. It's insanity. In freaking sanity, man. Sometimes the left gets a little too triggered, man.
Our administration is, whether it's there or Thailand and Cambodia, we have consistently tried as much as we can to solve these problems, not just complain about them like the guy who just ran away.
Yeah, dude. What a stud, dude. JD Vance with the best reply ever, dude. JD Vance owns the left.
You know, JD,
dude.
I'll never forget your speech at Charlie's memorial, and you talked about how your faith in the wake of Charlie's assassination has become so central to you. You talk about it more, and now you're even writing a book about it.
Sure.
Tell us about it. And what's it called? It's called the Wake.
Well, it's called Communion, and you know, I think the subtitle is Finding My Way Back to Faith.
Yes.
And you know, here's why I wanted to write this book, Andrew, because you know,
I like the fact that JD Vance is writing a book on this. It's a really cool concept, really cool subject. Especially after what happened to Charlie, man. You know, a lot of people attended church for the first time, and like record numbers of people after Charlie's death went to church. And yeah, I think what happened, you know, I still am shocked. A part of me is still weirded out that he was assassinated like that, you know? And it blows my mind a little bit, you know, that people, I still don't understand the lack of humanity that people feel in regards to him. Some people's responses were just other levels of disgusting. Just crazy. But yeah, I look, Charlie's just was one of those guys that, to me, I was a huge fan. I still am a huge fan of him because all of his work is still out there on what do you call it? On YouTube. Yeah, everything that he's done is still on YouTube and everything, and it still weirds me out that he's gone, And to me, I just thought he was just one of those guys that changed things a little bit, quite a bit. He ruffled some feathers, absolutely. But I think that's why I liked him. He was a guy that wouldn't just lay down and take it, He would get out there and say exactly what he wanted to say, and he believed exactly what he wanted to believe. And for that, I appreciated his courage more than anything. I think his courage was what made me appreciate him even more. And after his death, the more I learned about him, because, I'd watched his videos and stuff, but I didn't know everything about him. And then the more I learned about him, the more I was just like, this guy was a cool dude. He was a very kind human being. And those who criticize his accomplishments, honestly, have never achieved anything. People will trivialize other people's accomplishments mainly because they've never accomplished anything themselves. And it's easy for somebody who's never accomplished anything to just criticize, because that's all they've done their whole lives, criticize. And yeah. So yeah, the death of Charlie, man, still kind of gets me every time. Mainly because you still see his stuff floating around the internet, and then you keep remembering that, oh shit, he's not around. He's absolutely not around, man. So it's still kind of a weird, surreal thing.
I think that, like a lot of you, there was a point in my life. I mean, you're probably this is probably a much more Christian audience than maybe I was when I was a 22-year-old college student. I just got out of the Marine Corps, and I realized that I was sort of winning this game of life in one sense, and I was losing it in the way that mattered. And, I was raised in a Christian household. I was raised in a very sort of Pentecostal family. Our church had really good music and amazing people. And one of the things I love about evangelical culture in the United States of America is just how welcoming it is of everybody, right?
That's true. I mean, a lot of those churches, man, even if you're just a weird dude, even if you don't believe what they believe, they'll let you in. They'll let you in to come in and chill, as long as you're not causing any ruckuses, As long as you ain't causing a ruckus,
Right? And you know that. You're an evangelical Christian. And so the thing is, I hadn't been properly formed in my faith. And so I got to the Marine Corps, and by the time I left the Marine Corps and it was starting college, I called myself an atheist. And I kind of went through this period of being an angry atheist, and then I realized when I got to a point where I thought to myself, what actually matters in life? It's not getting into a law school, which I had done. It's not making a lot of money. It's not credentials. It's not good jobs. It's being a good person. It's, I'd fallen in love with this, thank you. I'd fallen in love with a girl, and that girl eventually became my wife and the mother to our now 4 children. And I remember thinking to myself, like, she doesn't care whether I make a certain amount of money. She wants me to be a good husband. She wants me to be a good father. She wants me to be a virtuous person. And I started to realize
she wants date night.
Yes, she does want that, which is hard when you're vice president of the United States. But what I realized is that the philosophy of secular liberalism, it was achieve. Get as many credentials, make as much money as possible, and that left me feeling empty. And meanwhile, it was this faith that I had discarded as a kid, which actually provided a real sense of meaning and purpose. And then I talked to a priest in this.
Heck yeah, man. No, it's honestly an incredible thing, man.
The priest was like, you know what? If you think that the Christian faith is right about all these moral questions, maybe it's right because there's a witness element to it. Like, maybe the fact that it's right about morality and about virtue and about sin, maybe that means it's also right about the fact that Jesus Christ.
Oh, we got my boy Ty Lord in the house. Everybody give it up for our boy Ty Lord, the GOAT. Sexy man, dude. We got Ty Lord in the house. Hell
Christ
yeah.
was the Son of God. Maybe it's also right that Jesus Christ died and rose from the dead on the third day. Like maybe these things that appeal to you about the Christian faith come from the deeper truth of the Christian faith. And that kind of got me down a pathway of where eventually I was baptized and became a very devout Christian. And at this point, amen. Thank you.
Amen.
But, I thought, first of all, a lot of people have asked me about that journey. And I thought, what better way than to sit down and actually force myself to write it out?
That's kind of cool that he wrote a book, though. That's the one thing I like about JD Vance is, dude, how the hell is Vance boring, dude? Vance is the man, dude. He's a well-spoken individual. Something that you're probably not. Stomach Club.
Stomach Club says.
Whatever.
Vance boring, does weird things.
Hey, Arizona sweet tea
Random
from my boy Tyler, dude.
9296 says. I'm great just sipping on an Arizona sweet tea, Annie.
Sweet tea for my sweetie. No, that's it. No, honestly, Arizona sweet tea, dude. That shit's the tits, dude. I love that shit. I love it. Random guy, you're the man, bro. Well, I mean, Ty Lord.
She started writing the book back in 2017, right after Usha had our first baby, my son Ewan, who's now 8 years old. And so I've been kind of writing it off and on since then. And, a little bit Charlie's death, a little bit just being in the public eye, but mostly just I've been at this thing for...
I do kind of want to... I will say if JD Vance's book ends up in the public library, I do kind of want to read it a little bit. Because JD Vance is the man.
10 years, and I was like, it's finally time to get it out there. And so I put the finishing touches on it, submitted to the publisher a couple of months ago, and it's coming out in June. So, buy the book, Communion.
I love that. Not that wasn't also really riveting, but we're getting to the part of the interview that I'm really excited about. You are working on fraud. You're the fraud czar.
Yes.
How many bad guys?
Dude, the fraud czar, dude. That's awesome. That's a good title. Give me 1 second, you guys.
Yes, we can. How many bad guys are we going to get? I mean, that's the way there's a really nice framing of this question that I worked on. No. I want to know, what's the progress? Tell us about it.
Well, we've already gotten a lot of bad guys. And this is, one of the things I'm very proud about is that, people don't just want talk. They want action. They want us to actually go and arrest the people who committed.
Stocks Famaliferum says. I want an autograph copy of Vance's book.
Dude, that would be pretty sick, man. Having an autographed copy of JD Vance's book would be pretty tight, man. Hell yeah. That'd be amazing.
Fraud, and that's happening. We're starting to do that. Good. And that's a good thing. And a lot more is going to be happening in the future. But actually, who's been amazing on this is Dr. Oz, Mehmet Oz, who runs the center.
Dude, I love Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz is not appreciated enough. I just want to say that right now. Dr. Oz does not get the love he deserves. Like, Dr. Oz deserves, like, so much love and appreciation. He's one of the smartest dudes in the world, in my opinion, when it comes to anything medical, because he's a fantabulous medical doctor. One of the smartest dudes I've ever seen. Yeah, if you guys don't like Dr. Oz, man, I don't know what your problem is, man. Dr. Oz is the GOAT, dude. Yeah, no, I think Dr. Oz is a total stud. Give me a few seconds, you guys. I'm trying to find the right decibel levels, I guess you could say, for this. I think I'm probably just going to put this down to 18 decibels, actually. Let me see what happens. This is probably going to lower. I don't know if it's going to make any. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Yeah. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Yeah, 18 decibels seems perfect. Okay, so I was trying to find the right decibel levels for the show, and I think I just found it. Cool. If you guys do have any trouble hearing me, though, at any point, though, please let me know.
For Medicare and Medicaid services, because so much of the fraud in our system is people who are defrauding Medicare and Medicaid. Let me just give you a couple of examples. So we have in South Florida, we have entire companies that sell medical devices. They sell prosthetic knees and they sell prosthetic hips. And you know that they've received hundreds of millions, some of them billions of dollars in government funds, and they've never shipped a single product. They're just set up by fraudsters.
Dude, no way. Is that a real thing? If that's a real thing, dude, that blows my mind. It kind of doesn't surprise me, I guess you could say. So they've received billions of dollars or millions and billions of dollars. These companies have never shipped a single product to anybody. What? That blows my mind. I mean, I guess a part of me is not surprised. Hey, thank you, Alex. Alex, the box dude. I appreciate the 100 for 2 joules. I appreciate that big time. But let's keep watching, man. JD Vance is the man. That's all I got to say.
And there are so many of them, and many of them haven't. There are like over 100 of these companies that haven't shipped a single product. Okay, I'll give you another example of fraud. So this ridiculous situation with Somali fraud.
Dude, JD Vance is becoming a fraud expert, dude. My man is becoming a fraud expert in no time. Like, dude, the dude's the GOAT, dude.
In Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis area. So you have a program that exists to help autistic children get the resources they need.
Yeah, Marco Rubio is the man, by the way.
To help their parents, find them a ride to school, or if they need after-school support to make sure their parents have what they need. And that program has been defrauded by Somali fraudsters who will go in, who will say that we have 3 kids, every single one of them is autistic. There's no verification.
I mean, I was about ready to say an insult to those. Actually, I'm going to keep that insult to myself. I think you guys know what insult I was going to say, but I'll just say this: you don't need paperwork to figure it out. Maybe it isn't fraudulent. I think you guys know what I was going to say. Never mind.
From the state of Minnesota, so that family will receive tens of thousands of dollars from the taxpayer, and then the autistic children in Minneapolis who actually do need those services, the money's not there anymore because it's been taken away by fraudsters. We've completely stopped the funding to that program, and we basically
thank God, dude. Thank God. I mean, honestly, if there was that much fraud going in that program, just demolish it.
Told the state of Minnesota, you don't get any more of our money unless you verify that you're taking fraud seriously. So we just turned it off. But what Dr. Oz, working with some of the people in our Department of Justice, found is that in Southern California, you had all these people who were engaged in massive fraud against the Medicare system. You had just tons and tons of people getting rich off fraud. And so we had our weekly fraud check-in call 2 weeks ago, and Dr. Oz called in, but he's like, hey, I got to go because I'm about to hop on the bus and we're going to go arrest a bunch of fraudsters in Los Angeles. And I was like, that's exactly what I want you to do.
What a freaking stud, dude. What a stud.
By all means, get off the phone. So we're doing a lot of that stuff. And I think one of the biggest things, the most important things we're doing on this, Andrew, is that there was sort of in the Biden administration, probably intentionally, but regardless, this attitude of if you were committing fraud of under $1 million, you were committing fraud of under $1.5 million, we're just going to look the other way. And the approach that we've taken in the last couple of months is no amount of fraud is too big or too small. If you're defrauding the
I love it, man. I love that attitude. That's a good attitude.
Taxpayer, you ought to go to prison, and anybody who's helping you ought to go to prison too. That's great.
That's a hell of an attitude, man. No, I love JD. This is why I love JD Vance, dude. This is why he's the man of the people. This is why JD Vance is the man of the people. Period. End of story. The dude is a stud. And we all know that JD Vance is the man, right? Everybody here know that? I mean, I think we're all aware of it. And if you're not, that's okay. can't be aware of everything, but I think we're all pretty damn certain that JD Vance is a total stud muffin. I love what he's doing, man. I think it's great. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, I think this is one of the absolute slam dunk issues. How many of you guys out in this audience care about American taxpayers getting ripped off?
I do, dude. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
Right? This is like a 90-10, 99-1 issue.
The guy who was shouting at us earlier,
He's
he
the
doesn't
one.
care at all about people getting ripped off by fraud.
But, you know, I think it underscores a bigger problem, right? Because there's a lot of young people in this room, okay? A lot of you had some very formative years ripped off as well during COVID. You didn't get to do prom.
Absolutely.
You didn't get graduation. There were so many things taken from you.
COVID was so ridiculous, dude. I'm going to tell you guys a quick COVID story. So during COVID, when all the leftists were being mask Nazis, I went into a laundromat. And this is another reason why I'll never vote for a Democrat ever again, because the people that they support are these types of people. I was doing my laundry. I didn't have a mask on, okay? If you want to wear a mask, totally fine. That is totally your call at the end of the day. I'm not going to tell you to wear a mask. I'm not going to tell you not to wear a mask. I'm going to mind my own business and let you be you. So this Karen, I'm at the laundromat. It was like this laundromat in North Bend. And this fucking Karen decides to get pissed off at me for not having a mask on, right? And this is like in 2020 or 2021 or whatever. It was one of those years. And this stupid bitch got really pissed at me because I wasn't wearing a mask. And I was like, dude, come on. She yelled at me. She yelled at me because I told her, I was like, she asked, okay, so it started out, she asked me if I had a mask, and I said, yeah, it's in my pocket, because I carried one around because I wasn't sure which businesses were going to let me in or not with or without one. I went to a laundromat, they didn't say anything, except for this one random bitch doing her laundry got pissed at me because I told her I had a mask, and she's like, okay, good. No more than 5 minutes later, as I'm doing laundry, still, she said, well, I thought you said you had a mask, because, I do have one. She's like, why aren't you wearing it? I was like, because I think it's stupid. I only carry it for places that require it. And then she started going on this stupid fucking diatribe about how you're trying to get this business sued. You're going to get this business sued for not wearing your mask. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, I honestly got pissed at her, and I told her to just go to hell. And as I should have. Yeah, it was ridiculous, man. The levels, yeah, exactly, TJ. People were businesses were kicking people out, dude. COVID made me realize that I will never vote Democrat again in my life. It's funny because COVID made me realize I hated the Democrat Party way too much. I was already pretty anti-Democrat to begin with, but I'm not going to lie, man. COVID made me hate the Democrat Party even more. I was like, dude, fuck the Democrat Party. I will never vote for these guys ever again. I mean, I wasn't planning on it anyway, but there's a lot of things that solidified my hatred of the Democrat Party. There's a lot of things that solidified my hatred of the Democrat Party. So yeah, if you have Democrat next to your name, I will never vote for you. Seriously, if you're running for office and you have the title of Democrat as your party, I refuse to vote for you. I will never vote for you. You will never get my vote. Don't even try. Period. End of story. TJ says, who you were during COVID is who you really are. Yep, exactly. And I was who I was. Anybody who gave me crap about not wearing the mask, I basically gave them shit for being a Karen. I told them to fuck themselves, and that's who I am. If you tell me what to do, and if you try to force me to, like, if you tell me what to do, okay, I'll be like, shut the hell up. But like, and I don't know you, I'll just tell you to shut the fuck up. But if you start insisting and start really forcing me to do something that I don't want to do, I will choose a certain, I will do what I got to do to defend myself. I do not like being forced to do things that I don't want to do. If somebody tries to force me to do something, I don't like. I mean, if you want to try to convince me, that's one thing. If you want to try to persuade me through talking to me, that's okay. But if you start getting in my face and telling me to do something and you start yelling at me, that's not cool, dude. That's not cool. So yeah, COVID made me really, I think during the COVID years, it made me really realize I hated the left. I hated the left so much after that. I was like, only the crazy people with masks on were the ones who were voting Democrat. The crazy people wearing the masks were the ones voting Democrat, because the only crazy, I just honestly think that, I don't know. It's insane. And people are like, Michael, you're being too polarizing. I don't care. The Democrats started this and I'm finishing it. All these leftist lunatics started this. All these leftist white Karens started this. I'm finishing it, bro. I'm finishing it. You know? It made me angry. And honestly, another thing, like I was telling you guys before, the way the left was reacting to the death of Charlie Kirk, the way they were celebrating the death of Charlie, made me, like, I no longer support, I will no longer even, like, the Democrat Party is completely dead in my mind. Oh, that's pretty funny, dude. That's a good one, TJ. Oh my God, that's a good one.
Stocks Famaliferum says,
that is a good one.
I had a custom mask with my face on it, so I looked like I wasn't wearing one.
But yeah, no, I'm very proud of myself for the defiance that I had. I mean, don't get me wrong. At first, in certain places that required the mask, if the business required it and I needed to get something, I would bring a little mask with me just so I could get in and get out. But other than that, like if I was in a place that was unmoderated, I would not be wearing the mask. I'd just be like, okay, whatever. But yeah, if I needed to get something if I needed to purchase something from a store, and they were like, you got to wear a mask, I'd be like, fine, fuck it. It's your store, your rules. But when some random Karen that doesn't even work at the place comes up to me and starts bitching me out, I'm like, fuck you. Go to hell. Yeah, the Democrat Party's too stupid in my mind. Just too fucking dumb, dude. And I believe that, man. I think the Democrat Party is low IQ. I think a lot of the... I mean, look, I think you can vote Democrat and still be a smart person. I'm just saying that if you vote Democrat, you don't understand politics. I mean, you don't understand political systems. That's what I believe. Firmly. I believe that, it's so funny. I love how the Democrats claim they're the party of inclusion. I've honestly felt more exclusion from the Democrats than anything. It's because it's all a bunch of white liberal Karens. And I'm tired of white liberal Karens trying to tell me what to do. And I don't want liberal white Karens to rule over the entire world. I don't want it, dude. Karens piss me off, bro. The Karens piss me off. And yeah. That's pretty much it. Just don't be a Karen. That's all I ask. If you want to be a Karen, I mean, that's ultimately up to you. That's your call. It's your life. But just know I'm not going to take you seriously if you try to tell me what to do. You try to tell me what to do, I'm not going to take you seriously one iota. And why should I? Yeah, no, the Democrats are the party of exclusion. That's what I think about the Democrats. I really don't. The Democrat Party is absolutely the party of exclusion, whether you guys realize it or not. You know, you guys could say I'm wrong. You guys can fight me on it, but pretty right on this one, man. Give me a few moments, though. I'm going to grab myself a drink, and then I'll be right back. All right. Okay. Hey, we got my boy, Tiny Lion Gaming, man. What's going on, my pink brony bro? Give me one moment. We got so many pink brony bros tonight, man. Dollar Tree seasoning. What the hell? Hey, Tiny Lion Gaming, man. Thank you for the 100 for a couple jewels. I really appreciate it. Dollar Tree seasoning, though, man. That shit's good, dude. I love Dollar Tree seasoning, man. Absolutely. But what is going on, everybody? It's good to see you all. We're going to react. Like I said, we're going to react to a little bit of JD Vance. Tiny Lion Gaming with a happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum, yum. Thank you so much for the happy poop, yum, yum. I appreciate it, Brony. We always appreciate the happy poop gifts here. We're kind of a happy poop fan. we're fans of the happy poop yum yums. And Tiny Lion Gaming, I do want to thank you for that happy poop, man. We appreciate the happy poops on this channel. Mainly because we're degenerates, probably. Am I doing any song goals tonight? Honestly, I'll probably just sing songs at random, but hey, if we get gifts, I mean, gifts are definitely incentives. Oh, Nate Dogg, wait, I don't think I told you. Nathan, did I tell you that the show got a new microphone? I never actually told you that the show got... Did you know that? I don't think Nathan is aware that the show has a new microphone. Check it out. It's the Shure microphone. So I forgot. I actually forgot to tell Nathan I got a new mic. Maybe I did. Did I? Nathan, did I tell you that I got a new microphone? Like, personally, I don't think I did. I totally spaced on that. But yeah, no, the new microphone is so much better than the old one. The sound quality is amazing on this. I love the new sound of the show. Yeah. Nice mic, new mic, but still, I'm not gonna, dude. I'm telling you, Nate Dogg, this mic is gonna solve all of our problems. It's gonna solve the fact that I can't get it up in the bedroom. It's going to solve the fact that, I mean, I'm trying to use it as kind of a way to solve my small wiener problems, but that's neither here nor there. It's not easy to be me. All right, we'll sing Never Gonna Give You Up real quick. So on the new microphone, we're going to officially sing Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to see it. Inside, we both know what's been going on. You know the game, and we're gonna play it. And if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give you up. Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at it anyway. Oh, hold on. Oh, that's so cool, TJ. Oh my God, I'll have to watch this a little bit later. Oh, dude, Creed. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome. Oh damn, dude, Tiny Lion Gaming and my boy Nate Dogg are serenading me right now, dude, for singing Rick Astley. Tiny Lion Gaming sent me a star for 2 jewels. Tiny Lion Gaming sent me a turn it up kitty cat on a disco DJ thing. That's fucking tight. I'm gonna give a love to the GOAT trophy. Thank you, Nate Dogg, for the GOAT trophy. I greatly appreciate it. So everybody give a round of applause to Nate Dogg for the GOAT trophy. And then I want to, like I said, once again, I want to give a shout out to my boy Tiny Lion Gaming. Thank you for sending a turn it up that actually pays for the entire show. No joke. Anytime you guys give me gifts, by the way, it actually converts to money. And depending on what gift I get, it actually works out for the show's funding. So it keeps the show funded, and it makes it to where I could get equipment like this a lot easier. Hey, dude, TJ, thank you for sharing that link with me via text. That's going to be cool,
Stocks Familiferum says, I know you've sang that before on live, so I had to share.
So basically, I'm not going to go into what TJ shared with me, but I'll just say this. What TJ shared with me is basically a cover of Creed, and that's all I'm going to say. It's going to be dope. I can't wait to listen to it later. That's going to be. I'm a Creed fan, deep down. Early Creed is still one of the greatest bands of all time in my mind. Oh man, like I said, early Creed, man, it hits you. It hits you quite a bit, man. Some of those songs, dude. There's just something about those songs that like they send like chills down your spine a little bit. You know.
Tiny Lion Gaming says, Annie, did you get gems too? Annie01200 says, did I get gems? No, I have to replenish them tomorrow. Tiny Lion Gaming says, I think YT gave out gems today. I saved all mine for the Garza man. Tiny Lion Gaming says, it gave me 4K gems for no reason today. I don't know why.
Hey, I appreciate the gems, man. Anytime people give me gems, man, and it really helps the channel a lot. So anytime somebody wants to send me a gift, even if it's a tiny gift, I mean, I appreciate it. Even the smallest gift at least gives me a penny. So the smallest gift gives me a penny. Basically, the conversion rate I think it goes like this. For every 2 jewels that For every 2 joules I receive, each 2 joules converts to 1 rupee, and 1 rupee converts to 1 cent. So, for example, if I get 1,000 joules, it actually converts to 500 rupees. And of course, those 500 rupees, being that they're a penny each, convert to $5. So it's pretty dope, man. Hell yeah, dude.
Says, yeah, I got some too, lol. Tina Lion Gaming says, 4K gems is $50, wow.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Tina
Anytime I get
says,
gems, man, I'm
why
like
the heck
pretty
did it give
dude.
me that?
Well, hey, I appreciate the gems, man. Anytime I get, gifts honestly help this channel so much. So anytime people want to send me gifts or super chats, whether you guys got the gifts for free or not, or the gems for free, I appreciate it, man.
Annie01200 says,
oh, man.
As soon as I get gems, I'm asking Garza to put up gift challenge saying he will wear a tutu.
Annie, that is your fantasy, I tell you, man. Annie's deep, dark fantasy is seeing me in a tutu.
Tina Lion Gaming says, you're still holding out for the tutu, Annie.
She's still holding out for that tutu, dude. Annie is still holding out for the tutu, man. Oh, man. I love it. We known each other for so long. Do you know? Oh, TJ. Oh, my God.
Stocks from Olivia
Oh, my
says,
God.
do you know the amount of they stuff I'd do for gems like that? Annie01200 says,
oh, man.
I'm coming for ya, Garza, buddy.
You guys are killing me, dude. Annie and TJ, you guys are killing me, bro. Oh, my God.
And, you entered into the college years maybe with a really anemic workforce environment, inflation, historic, life's expensive. What do you tell young people right now that even right now they're wondering, what's the future that I can get? What's the career I can get? Can I afford to have a family, kids, buy a home? What's your message to them right now that have big questions ahead of their future?
I think my message to young people who are wondering whether they can afford a family, whether they can afford a home, whether they can afford, kids and the American dream is, you guys have every right to demand more of your elected leadership. And my job is to make it as possible for the answer to that question to be yes. And fundamentally, the question you should ask your politicians is exactly that. Are you pursuing policies that make it easier for me to afford a house?
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think, one of the things about government that pisses me off is when government gets too involved in the private sector. I think a lot of, and when I say involved, I mean like putting out all these regulations, all these rules, making things more expensive because of overtaxation, inflation, by the way. Government creates inflation, by the way. The more money that is printed by the Federal Reserve, the more you are getting robbed, because inflation has risen higher. The rate of inflation is technically higher, and I don't go by the CPI data, by the way, because I think that's bullshit. But the rate of inflation is so much higher, it's actually growing faster than the growth of wages. So what people don't realize is that wage growth is stagnating, whereas the cost of everything in the world, the cost of everything in general, is inclining and going way up. So it's crazy. It's flipping wild is really what I'm saying.
Annie01200 says,
That's killing me, man.
TLG, I did. My dad was laughing so hard.
No, your dad's the man, Annie. That's awesome, man.
Stocks from Olivia says, $20 is $20 and your butt only hurts for a short time. Or so I've heard. I wouldn't know for sure.
That's too funny, man. That's too fucking funny. Oh, TJ, you're killing me, man. You're killing me, bro. Oh, man. What a stud. What a fucking stud, dude. I can't. I love it, bro. I love it. All right, let's keep going.
Easier for me to get a good job, easier for me to get a good education, and easier for me to raise my family in safety and security and comfort. That is the fundamental issue. And the thing that bothered me so much about the last administration, you know, there are all these like unique policies that I could sort of point to that were disastrous, and a lot of them were absolutely terrible. But so much of it goes back to housing and immigration and the connection between.
Oh, yeah, it's almost impossible, man, to get a house. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it is very difficult to get a home. In fact, if anything, it's extremely difficult to get a home these days. I'm fine with renting because I have a very diversified portfolio that pays me in dividends. So I'll always have growing dividends, and I also swing trade to make money. I swing trade like 3 ETFs that are really volatile just to make money. So, whoa, Annie, your dad's now part of the small wiener. Your dad subscribed to the channel?
Annie01200 says, my dad is now part of the small wiener gang.
Dude, your dad subscribed? Your dad's the man, dude. Small wiener gang. I can't believe your dad is now officially a part of the small wiener gang, dude. That's fucking tight. That is tight. Everybody should be a part of the small wiener gang. So, TJ, I want to talk about, earlier you were talking about the fact that you're thinking about not going to the, I didn't really elaborate on this that much, and I'm sorry about that. I swear to God, I have like ADD sometimes. So you said that you don't really want to go to the, what do you call it? The anti-Trump events, the No Kings protests. Now, how badly have they treated you? I mean, I know they've treated you badly, but like to what extent, man? I know there was that lady that tried to push you into traffic, which was pretty effed up, dude, but like, every time I watch those videos of you, man, those people just are so abusive to you. Like, they're not nice. They're condescending. They're fucking rude. I don't like the way those people treat you, man. And every time I watch those videos, man, I get pissed. And I don't know. It's just awful. So I don't blame you for not wanting to go back to those, man. I think it's a very toxic environment. I will admit it is fun for content, that's for sure. Wait, hold on. People have been threatening your family? Hold your horses. Wait a minute. So there are people that are threatening your family over this? Like if people reached out to your family and actually threatened them? Or are they like threatening you and saying they're going to do things to your kids? Well, I don't know, man. Here's the thing, TJ. I look at it this way. Sometimes conversations do... Here's the thing. Sometimes it's not worth debating crazy people. You know, sometimes a conversation does have to end. You know what I mean? Sometimes a conversation does have to end. If they're going to be dicks to you for you asking basic questions that, you know, you want to ask them. If they don't like it, that's fine. They could tell you to go away politely. I mean, I would like to see them be nicer to you. I mean, like, for instance, if let's say I was a leftist and I didn't want to talk to you, but let's say I was a respectable one. Be like, look, man, it's like, I don't want to talk to you about this. I just want to hold my sign. I know you as an individual. You would respect that completely. Be like, look, I just want to hold my sign. I don't want to talk about it. You know, the first thing you would do is you'd be like, oh, that's completely reasonable. I'm sorry about that. Have a good day. You know, stuff like that. Oh, wow. So TJ is saying that Trista and Sal are saying that they've contacted CPS. What? Oh, wait, you told me that. Is Sal still trying to do that? Is Sal still trying to do that stupid shit? It's funny because Sal banned me from his page because I exposed him for being a total piece of crap. I'm so sick of Sal, dude. That guy. Oh, Sal pisses me off, dude. Larson Christopher, man. Hell yeah. We got Larson Christopher in the house, dude. But hold on, man. So who's Trista, by the way? I'm trying to remember. Is Trista somebody that goes to those events quite frequently? And also Sal, dude, Sal is a terrible dude. Ugh, Sal's a terrible human being. You know what? I'm going to go to that stupid Facebook page that he runs. Hold on. He actually ended up banning me from it, but I have an alternate account that I like to log into to keep an eye on it. Hold on. It's really one of my corporate accounts, I guess you could say. God, but Sal is such a chud. Okay, so it's a fan on his page. I hope it's just an idle threat. Have they actually called CPS? Have they actually called Child Protective Services? Because if they have, that's insanely messed up, dude. That is insanely messed up. Yeah, and that's the thing. Here's the thing about Sal. If you disagree with him in any way, shape, or form, he'll personally attack you because Sal's a piece of shit. That's what pieces of garbage do. They'll personally attack you. It's just like my ex-friend Billy. You know, Billy, for any time I slightly disagreed with him on anything politically, he would get pissed. He would say personal things about me and to me consistently. And it wasn't like a one-off thing. So it really stung. It's tough to be friends with somebody who constantly personally attacks you. But no, I know that Sal's not your friend by any means, and I can't stand Sal. Even if he apologized to everybody, even if it was sincere, I still wouldn't trust him because I think he's a snake. No, but he runs the Facebook page called facebook.com/Coos Bay Area. One more time, it's facebook.com/Coos Bay Area. And he's such a piece of garbage. What happened to Billy? Well, I don't talk to him anymore because he's a piece of crap. He started personally attacking me, my character. I don't like that. You don't personally attack my character because I disagree with you on things. Doesn't mean I'm a bad person for thinking that Trump's awesome. Like, I may think that Trump's the man, but that's my personal opinion. You know? That's it. Oh, God, they're doing their gay little hop thing. Ugh. So do you guys think that I should debate Sal? I think Sal and I need to have a debate. I want to see how unhinged he gets. I want to have like a debate where I have I bring my Google Pixel 8 Pro to the park or something like that because there's no way in hell I'm letting Sal know where I live. Sal will never know where I live. Screw that guy. Sal is such a piece of garbage.
Stocks Famaliferum says, if you watch the clip he posted most recently, I think it makes me look good and reasonable.
Oh yeah, I think I saw it. I remember I was watching it. I think I was watching it. It was earlier today. I saw the video, and I think it was you were talking. I didn't really end up. I only watched like 2 seconds of it because I realized I was like busy. But so basically, I don't know, man. It's up to you, brother. If you want to keep going to those, that's completely fine. I support any decision you make, TJ. I want to let you know because, for example, I have not been able to make a lot of those Saturday protests, mainly because on Saturdays I'm typically pretty busy, and there's a lot of stuff I got going on in my life. There are times where I actually have free time on Saturdays to do whatever I want. So sometimes I will go down to those events and troll like really hard. But yeah, other than that, man, it sucks because I don't have the free. I mean, I do. I'm getting more and more free time as the days go by, but I don't know. I don't have as much free time as I used to. Basically, is all I'm saying. So I want to go to more of those events and troll the left. You see, the thing is though, the one thing I like about you, TJ, is that you actually interview these people, and I want nothing to do with these people. So I basically go down there and I sing songs and I act really gay. But my main goal when I'm down at those anti-Trump protests, the mission for me is to try to be more woke than everybody there. My goal is to out-woke the woke people at those anti-Trump protests. But yeah, anyway. You know, I noticed that everybody in the chat's trying to bang Annie. I noticed that, like Chris Rule, Uncle Chris, I love you, bro. I know you're trying to bang Annie. It looks like Tiny Lion Gaming's trying to bang Annie. No, just kidding, Tiny Lion. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Tim Smith wants to bang Annie. That's honestly, you guys. You know, Annie's not Bonnie Blue. You guys, Annie is not Bonnie Blue. She's not. She's not gonna have sex with all 1,000 of you guys. Oh man.
Stocks Famaliferum says, is what I do a good for the community? Does it help? That's my question. Is my approach too kind?
Honestly, I got to think about that. Honestly, look, I don't know whether the approach is the right. Look, I'm not really the king of moral judgment, I guess you could say. But if I was to give my opinion, I would say that it shines a light. I think what you're doing shines a light on the modern left. I think it really does shine a light on the modern leftist and how they behave and how they treat people who think differently than they do and things of that nature. So, yeah, I think what you do is a good thing. And I think the fact that you're kind and, you know, it shows just how much of a piece of garbage the left is. And it shows how kind you are as an individual. Because you do treat them kindly. I've seen your interviews, man, with these people. I mean, these people piss me off, and I have no respect for them. I'll tell you what, if I was interviewing them, I would not be a nice person. That's why I don't interview them, because I would lose my cool. At a certain point, I'd be like, "You're because I would not be respectful at all. I'd be like, "That's fucking stupid." I would say things like, "That's idiocy. That is lunacy. That is mental patient shit." Like I'm way too. I have no filter almost, so it's kind of like, I got no filter, man. You have the patience of a saint, and yeah, man. If there's anybody who walks with Jesus, man, it's TJ, because the dude has an amazing ability to keep his cool honestly, under most of those situations. I would be telling most of those people to go fuck themselves, because the way they treat TJ is absolutely uncalled for. It is absolutely uncalled for. Amazingly uncalled for. And so yeah. So no, I think what you're doing is a good thing, man. And if you still want to go to look, if you feel like if you don't want to go to those anymore, I'm not going to lie, I don't blame you. I don't even like going to those events, because the anti-Trump protests are full of angry boomers, and it's just not worth it. At the end of the day, it's just boom. I call it Boomer Fest. It's Boomer Fest, and the Democrat Party, nobody takes it seriously anymore because people think the Democrats are out of their collective minds overall. So the Democrat Party is not popular. It is definitely not popular right now. Say what you want about Donald Trump, people, but at least Donald Trump is a go-getter, gets things done, and is a respectable human being. So there's that. Anyway, I talked a little too much. Sorry about that, TJ. I went a little overboard with my explanation. But no, I think what you're doing is a good thing, but I definitely understand, and if you need to take time, away from that stuff, completely understandable. It is completely understandable if you need to take time away from all the craziness. But yeah, I completely respect you, man. That's why I say you do what you got to do for your mental health, bro. Like I said, I over-explain things, or maybe I overthink a little bit, but I try to be clear. It's a tough topic, man, because I do like what TJ's doing, but at the same time, it's like going into the forest and trying to negotiate with a bunch of ravaging wolves. Sometimes you'll end up okay if you got a knife with you, but at the end of the day, it's like, you don't. Sometimes you don't want to debate ravaging wolves, and that's the way the Democrats are, man. They're just ravaging wolves. They all work together in a pack, and they try to eat you. That's a piss poor analogy, to be honest, but it's the closest thing I could think of in my mind. Yeah, I just don't respect the Democrat Party. I just don't. I don't respect any of it at this point. So I totally get you wanting to bow out, man. I don't even think it's a bad thing. I think it's probably a smart thing, and I don't know why I get involved in politics sometimes. I think I'm kind of an idiot for going down to those sometimes too. But I mean, I'm an idiot in the sense that I'm going down there and I'm rapping about my love of Joe Biden. I'm just basically like, oh, I love Joe Biden. He is number one. I love Joe Biden. He is lots of fun. Really stupid shit like that. And at the end of the day, I mean, what good does it do anybody for me to be acting all gay down at the boardwalk or whatever, or wherever the hell I end up being? But that's the way I see it, at least. But I respect your decision, man. Whatever decision you got to make, bro. I am a firm supporter of you, man. I think you're one of the coolest dudes I've ever met. So totally your call at the end of the day, bro. No matter what decision you make, I support it. Because I know that you're making the right decision for yourself, and that's more important for yourself and your family. That's more important to me. And honestly, I don't mind going down to those little events every once in a while. I may not interview. I may try to interview them, though. I might go down there and try to do a real interview. That would be kind of funny. It would be great. I mean, I'm afraid to approach them because I feel like they would attack me. I try not to be fearful about it. I try not to be. I just don't feel like being attacked by them, because then I'd have to defend myself. And, I got that R-tard strength, and I don't want people to have to deal with that. I do have kind of art strength. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big boy. Let's just say that I'm a big boy. But yeah, man, we love TJ on this channel for sure, and I love him as a human being. I think he's a great dude, and whatever he wants to do, ultimately, I mean, we on this channel, we all support TJ, but first and foremost, me as a human being, I want TJ to do his thing, and it saddens me. It not just saddens me, but it does anger me that guys like Sal are using bullying tactics to keep you away from asking fair questions. And even if your questions were absurd, like let's just say hypothetically your questions were absurd. They're not. They're actually good questions. I've heard your questions before. Who the hell does Sal thinks he is? I mean, he just wants to shut you up because he knows that you make more sense than him. The only people who want to shut people up, people like Sal want to shut people up because he knows he's full of shit and he doesn't want to be revealed for being full of shit. So people who censor others, dude, those are the people that suck. And Sal is one of those people who loves to censor people or tries to censor them. So yeah, he's a terrible dude. Sal is a terrible dude. Oh, hold on.
Between the two. Under the 4 years that Joe Biden was president, housing literally doubled in value. Meaning if you're a young person trying to buy a house, it costs twice as much as it did before. And you layer on top of that higher interest rates. That's just in 4 years. Nobody can afford that kind of inflation in the housing market. And one of the biggest drivers of it is the fact that we let in tens of millions of illegal aliens. People who shouldn't have been here, who are taking homes that ought by right go to you and your generation. And so what have we done in the Trump administration? We've shut the border. We've kicked a lot of those people who have come into the United States. We've kicked them out of our country. And importantly, we have actually instituted a ban on institutional investors buying up American homes. Because I don't want... I don't want private equity.
Well, hold on. In defense of private equity, so I own a lot of real estate investment trusts, and I'm not going to lie. I mean, if a lot of the real estate investment trusts want to buy single-family homes and rent them out, that's just more money in my pocket. It makes me a landlord without having to do the landlord duties. That's why I love real estate investment trusts. Do I lose out a little bit? Sure. I mean, I lose out on management fees and all that shit, and but real estate investment trusts make a huge profit make huge profit margins, and they're amazing. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not against private equity buying single family homes, but I will say though that them buying single family homes is actually pricing a lot of people out of the markets. In the way that they're going about it is pricing people out of markets quite heavily. So I think it needs to be discussed. That is for sure. And if that factor is not discussed, then where are we going with this? Because it is a little bit scary to think that, private equity is buying up all those frickin', single family homes and just, making it really tough for young Americans to be able to buy a home to begin with.
Firms, many of them backed by foreign money to buy American homes. I want you guys to be able to buy American homes. And I will say...
Oh, thank you, JD, man. That's amazing. That's the one thing I love about JD Vance is he's honestly probably the most pro-American guy. He loves seeing people succeed. I think it's because he himself, at one point he had to live a life of, he grew up in poverty a lot a lot of his life, for the majority of the beginning of his life. He's a good dude. I really do think that JD Vance is probably, I honestly think he's the people's champ, if we're going to be honest. JD Vance is the people's champ, bro. But yeah, man, I'm still on, man. I'm still doing it.
Not Nerdsithag 617 says. Yeah. I live in a camper. I was homeless for 10 years. Never had a chance.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I know that you're living in a camper now, but are you at least in a... I mean, I guess the camper would be an upgrade overall, maybe, depending on the condition, but I hope that you're at least living in a good situation. That's the key. I really do hope you're living in a good situation, man. I know living in a camper is not ideal, but, you know, I hope that part of it's at least working for you.
And I say this not to brag because I think you guys should be impatient. When a politician comes to you and tells you, I've done all these things, you should be asking, good, now go and do more. That's how I think of my job. I don't wake up and say, oh, we did something really good last week. I think to myself, we did something good last week.
We did something good. Let's keep improving. Let's keep working at this. Let's keep going. That's the one thing I love about JD Vance that I think is really underappreciated about him is he's a man of service. He knows his job is to serve others. He knows that. And that's why I appreciate him so much. And I think that what he's doing is amazing. And like I said, I really do think that JD Vance overall is an amazing human being. He does the right stuff. He's just a good role model. And honestly, I love JD, dude. JD Vance is the man. Period. End of story. I mean, that's what I think. And, you know, you can call me crazy and all that shit, but yeah, JD's the man, dude. The GOAT, JD Vance. 4-3.
Week, now let's go do more of it, or let's go do something different. Because maybe the statistic that I'm...
Oh, and if you guys can, though, don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. We're trying to get to 100 likes before the end of the stream. So once again, we're trying to get to 100 likes before the end of the stream. So please don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. But like I said, once again, double tap the screen to like the stream if you haven't already. Let's go, dude. Let's keep going.
Proudest of in the entire Trump administration is that over the last 8 months, rents and home prices have come down. Not stayed the same, they have come down. And what I think of as our ultimate ambition is that after another few years of this administration of stopping private equity barons from buying up homes, from kicking out more illegal immigrants, from securing the border, what we're going to see is housing that is much more affordable, and then we're going to keep on building on it year after year after year, because the American dream should not be sold to the highest foreign bidder. It belongs to you.
Yeah. That's so well said, and
JD's the man, dude.
A lot of the people in this audience will know that this is one of the issues near and dear to Charlie's heart as well, to make sure that you guys could afford the American...
I remember Charlie actually talking about that quite a bit. He was like, yeah, you guys have been priced out of owning a home, essentially, and I think that's actually done a lot of harm to our culture overall. You know, and I don't think everybody should own a home. You know what I mean? Sometimes home ownership is good for some groups of people. Sometimes it's worse for others. To be honest, I actually don't mind renting. I'm actually completely okay with renting. Like it's just one of those things I've kind of grown accustomed to. I mean, if I ever needed to, I'm lucky I can move back into my dad's if I ever need to. But at the same time, I've put myself in a position where that's not going to be a requirement. I'm very lucky in that sense, you know, because of all the swing trading I do and doing the YouTube stuff has really changed my life. In many ways, doing YouTube has changed my life in more ways than I could even recount. So yeah, I have a lot of advantages right now is all I'm saying. But I'm going to keep doing what I can. And, you know, eventually I'm probably going to have to take care of my mom and my dad. It's just what it all boils down to, man. But yeah, let's keep going, man. Let's keep going.
Dream that we thought about you first as a country, and so thank you for saying it so well. Naturally, we have to ask about what's going on in Iran.
Sure.
So, but I just want everybody, I want to give the vice president his due here, because you have been to Europe in the last week, then you flew back to the United States, only to fly back across the globe to negotiate in Pakistan, to come back, and somehow we called him, we're like, are you really going to come to Georgia? And he's like, I'll be there. So I want to give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
JD Vance, man, the fact that he went and negotiated in Afghanistan, now he's in Athens, freaking Georgia, dude. Are you kidding me, man? That's crazy. What a stud, dude. I mean, that's the thing I love about JD Vance is he's just a go-getter. JD Vance is a go-getter, bro. All you need to know.
I mean, may I just say that's almost Trumpian level endurance. So, do you know what time zone you are and how many hours of sleep did you get?
I have no idea what the hell time it is right now. And it's kind of good, actually, because you just run on coffee, and then you sleep when you can, you wake up when you have to, and you just drink a whole lot of coffee. And, you know, look, it's the job that I asked for, but yes, I will say, look, I think that, let me just say, U.S. young people, and I want to make some observation because it made me think of something, which is that young people in the United States, but particularly young Americans in the conservative movement, I think that we have a tendency to get too black-pilled. And here's what I say by this. We have a tendency to get too cynical, too pessimistic. Like, I'm sure that I've said mostly things that...
I'll admit that. That's a good observation. Notice that most of the people who comment online have a very dark point of view on the world, a very dystopian point of view. I mean, what's wrong with having high hopes for humanity? Nothing at all. And I think it's good to have a vision for humanity, a positive one, you know? We're filled with so much negativity when we go on like things like social media, things of that nature. And it just gets kind of out of hand and out of whack. One moment. JD, man. One moment. Mm. Mm. Major General Tao says try carnivore for a week, the carnivore diet. I might actually give that a little bit of a New York try. Why not? No promises, but Might be worth it.
Major General Tao says, try carnivore for a week.
Major General Tao. What's going on, brother?
That you agree with, and I'm sure that I've said some things you may not agree with, and you may not agree with everything that I say about the Iran negotiation, which I will get to answer your question. But here's fundamentally the issue. When you see a politician, or you see a political movement, or you see an administration that isn't doing what you want to do, I think you have two choices. You can say, to hell with those people, and check out of the process. Or you can say, you know what, I'm going to get more involved. I'm going to make my voice heard even more. I'm going to pressure that administration to do exactly what I want them to do because they got my vote, they earned my vote, but they can't take it for granted. And I've seen...
Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. I mean, I'm afraid of the Democrats taking power, but then again, I'm also afraid of a corrupt Republican Party taking power too. So, you know, if they don't have an America First vision, I'm very concerned about that because I think if you want my vote, you got to have an America First vision. That's all there is to it, straight up. If you're not America First, man, I'm just, chances are I'm not voting for you. Period. End of story. You know what I mean? I mean, you got to have an America First agenda for me to even remotely want to vote for you, you know? Like I said, I'm an America First kind of guy. That matters. America First, baby.
Some of this, you know, on various issues, like for example, I recognize that a lot of young voters don't love the policy that we have in the Middle East. Okay, I understand that. I also know that we've secured the border. We've lowered housing prices now for 8 months in a row, and there's going to be more to come beyond that. We've made America energy dominant, which has lowered electricity costs and things like that. We've made it so that we have the lowest murder rate in 127 years. I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue. I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue. What I'm saying is don't get disengaged because you disagree with the administration on one topic. Get more involved. Make your voice heard even more. That's how we ultimately take the country back. It's not by you, you know.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. I mean, that's a big deal. He's right. I mean, try to refute what JD Vance is saying. He's right on this.
If you get 5 things you want and 1 thing you don't want, I see way too many people, especially in sort of the online conservative, you know, Twitter sphere, who say, you know, there's no point. No. Because, or let me give you
5 out of 6 ain't bad, man. If you get 5 out of 6 of the things that you want, that doesn't sound bad to me, man. That doesn't sound bad to me at all. You know what I mean? So, crazy. Unbelievable. Out of this world. No, but I do want to give a shout out to my boy Tallahassee, a.k.a. Nate Dogg, and my boy Tiny Lion Gaming. Thank you guys for sending me gifts. Also, Alex the Box Dude, I appreciate the 100 earlier. You're a pink brony bro, and you dance at the gay clubs, oh my God.
Another example, the SAVE Act, okay? A lot of people want the SAVE Act. I want the SAVE Act. I've been fighting for the SAVE Act literally since day one of the administration. And I've seen a lot of people saying, what the hell's the point of voting for these guys if, you know, you've got 3 Republicans joining with the Democrats to prevent the SAVE Act from passing, or I guess 4 Republicans. And here's my response to that. Yes, it is annoying to me that there are only 45 or 46 Republicans who will fight politically to get the SAVE Act passed. But you know what? 10 years ago...
Oh, shit, dude. What are we getting here?
Laugh out loud.
Politician, before I answer your question, let me say this. Never answers question.
Oh, that's a good one. Here, hold on. Give me a second, Major General Tao. I want to give a shout out to Not Nert Satag _617 for sending a headliner for 1,500 joules, that equates to about $7 right there. Holy shit. Thank you so much, man. Not Nerd Satag is asking, can you make me a mod? Dude, we don't
Not
have...
Not Nerd 617 says, Real Garza, can you make me a mod?
So the only moderator that we have on this channel is Nightbot, and that's intentional. Nightbot doesn't, I don't actually set it to where Nightbot does not moderate anything. So Nightbot has no real ability to get rid of anything. But Nightbot is set as a moderator on this channel. But I do want to apologize, Not Nerd Satag. We don't have any moderators besides Nightbot. And that's it. Nightbot's an automated system, and it doesn't even moderate. I just use it to put repetitive, I guess you could say repetitive messages on there. I'm sorry about that, brother. I want to apologize. I do want to thank you for the gift, my man. It really is helpful. More than you know, man. Anytime somebody sends a gift, I do appreciate it more than you realize. So I do want to thank you for sending that headliner gift, though. It really means a lot. Here, give me a second. I'm going to reply to so friggin' true, my man. Well, okay, so I do want to answer Major General Tao's super chat real quick.
Laugh out loud.
Politician, before I answer your question, let me say this. Never answers question.
That is true. I mean, that is true, Mr. General Tao. General Tao wants me to do the Pink Brony Club, man, so badly. But dude, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate it big time. Yeah, you know, I will say this, as much as I love JD Vance, and I am in love with JD Vance, he is good at diverting the question into an answer that, you know what I mean? He like that is a sign of a, I wouldn't say a good politician per se, but it is a sign of somebody who's good at deflecting without you realizing they deflected. JD Vance is such a smooth operator, man. He is so smooth at what he does. And you can't help but admire the dude. You just can't help but admire the, what do you call it? The swagger, the swagger that JD Vance has. Much respect to the man, though. I'm really a huge fan of JD. He's just one of those guys that I can't help but admire, man. Oh, my boy Major General Tao sent some hundreds, and then Tiny Lion Gaming sent a bunch of happy poop yum yums. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop yum yum. I want the happy poop yum yums every day. Happy poop yum yum all the way. Happy poop yum yum every day. Everybody gives me a happy poop yum yum. Yum yum. Thank you so much for the happy poops, my brony bros. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I really do mean it from the bottom of my heart, man. Thank you guys for the happy poop yum yums. Appreciate it. There is something I wanted to test on this microphone real quick. What is a real-time denoiser? Oh, okay. I was going to turn that off anyway. Popper stopper. Screw it. Yeah, okay, so I just changed some of the high-pass filters, changed up. Okay. That'll be, this is going to be a much more ASMR-friendly sound that I'm doing. Can you guys still hear me pretty well? I actually removed some of the audio filters. I want a cleaner audio. Let me see if I can still hear everything. Testing. Okay, that's not bad. So I actually got rid of the filter, so I just made it to where you could still hear everything in the background, which, by the way, I'm totally fine with. I'm not against it. Let's take a look-see here. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for sending the happy poop yum-yums. I really do appreciate the happy poops. Let me lower the volume down here a little bit. Just a wee bit. Happy poop yum-yum. Happy poop yum-yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop yum-yum. Happy poop yum-yum. Happy poop yum-yum. I'm always going to be at it, bro.
Major General Tayo says, Vance will answer questions though. And I enjoy his comments. Major General Tayo says, look up Trump Iran So Far Away song.
I might. I may look that up a little bit later. I'm not too sure. I'll consider it, though. I'll consider it. No promises, though. No promises.
That number was 35. So the answer to frustration is engagement. Don't give up on this process. Get more involved in this process and demand more from people like me. That's how we take our country back. I just think it's important to say that.
That's such a good point. How the
Hell
Senate
yeah.
is such an example, as frustrating as it is, but you were part of that new wave of new thinking, of new energy, a new generation.
Yes.
And there's so many new voices that are bringing real change to the Senate. I mean, we're 1-2 elections away from maybe having it all the way around.
100%. And I understand people get frustrated at it. I get frustrated at it, but it's a lot better than it was 10 years ago. And frankly, 10 years ago, it was a lot better than it was 10 years before that. But here's where we are on fundamentally. The president set a policy. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And right now we are negotiating to make sure that very thing happens. And here's, what's interesting about this is what's interesting about this is that we have this ceasefire that's in place. I think it's 6 or 7 days old. Right now, this ceasefire is holding. And what you're seeing is what the president wants to make, he doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain. And what he's basically offering to Iran is very simple, and frankly, it's something that no president has had the ability to offer. He said that if you're willing to act like a normal country, we are willing to treat you economically like a normal country. He doesn't want a small deal. And that's one of
That's the thing about Donald Trump. He wants a big deal. The one thing I've always appreciated about Donald Trump is his ability to think big. He says if you're going to think, well, you're going to be thinking anyway, you might as well be thinking big. You might as well think big. And that's one of the big things I respect about Mr. Trump and his ability to think big when he needs to. He's a big-time thinker, man, and I've always appreciated what he's been able to pull off and accomplish. So, yeah, major respect to him, man. Major respect. Anyway, let's keep going. You guys ready for it?
One of the reasons why, I'd say
dude,
in Pakistan, we made a ton of progress. But the reason why the deal is not yet done is because the president, he really wants a deal where Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, Iran
Absolutely.
is not state-sponsoring terrorism, but also the people of Iran can thrive.
Oh, without a doubt, dude. Honestly, Iran being the number one state sponsor in the world pisses me the hell off. Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, period, end of story. That should just be, like, no-brainer. Seriously, that should be a no-brainer. They should not have a nuclear weapon, period. There is zero reason they should have a nuclear weapon. Period, end of story. You guys know that I'm right on this one. You guys know deep down within your heart of hearts that I am absolutely correct on this. I hope you guys are at least acknowledging that point. Come on.
And prosper and join the world economy. And that's
also the things that they did to their own citizens is the things that the Iranian government and military did to their own citizens for protesting the regime. Disgusting. It's a terrible regime. I'm glad that the government of Iran is being reformed. I'm glad that the military of Iran is basically being totally eliminated because they have committed some atrocities. Now, granted, were they committing those atrocities on the orders of the Ashola Ayatollah at the time? Yes, they were. But that's why I hope that the military surrenders. I hope the Iranian military surrenders. I mean, their navy's already totally cooked. Most of their military is already cooked in general. So Iran doesn't have a freaking chance, dude. Iran's screwed. I think you guys are aware of this. I'd like to believe you are, at least.
The trade that he's offering, he's saying, if you guys... He said, if you guys commit to not having a nuclear weapon, we are going to make Iran thrive, we're going to make it economically prosperous, and we're going to invite the Iranian people into the world economy in a way they haven't been in my entire life. And that's the kind of Trumpian grand bargain that the president has put on the table. Man, we're going to keep on negotiating and try to make it happen because it would be great for the world. It'd be great for our country.
All right, Chameleon, what are you doing, bro? Yeah, Chameleon, dude. What is your problem, man?
Chameleon 253 says, "It'll stop my bad."
I'm not going to block you, but if you keep it up, I might. If you keep spamming, I may have to block you. Chameleon 253. I don't like blocking people. I don't like banning people. It's something that I do as a very last resort. But if you keep spamming, man, I'm going to have no other choice. Okay? You could have whatever opinion you want on this channel. I respect all opinions, even if they're crazy. Just don't spam the same message like 10 freaking times, bro. Spamming the same message 10 times is so fucking ridiculous. You stop it, you son of a bitch. Okay. Do we understand each other? I hope we do. Let's keep going. Let's keep flowing. I am Mike Hansen, Dateline NBC.
It'd be great for everybody, so I'm going to keep on fighting to make it happen.
Yeah. Just a few more, and then we've got a few.
Yeah, please.
I accidentally muted the mic. Yeah, JD's the man.
No, we have some questions for the audience, too.
My one question is, when you looked across from these Iranian negotiators, what did you make of them? Did you get the sense that they really were the right people? I mean, I'm assuming you guys know this type of thing, but...
Yeah, I mean, look, you never know. The United States had never had meetings at that level with the Iranian government in 49 years.
Huh.
Like, it's a meeting that had never before happened. Not Democrat, not Republican. We had never had a meeting like that where you have, the person who's effectively running the country in Iran sitting across from the Vice President of the United States. That had never happened. And what look, honestly, after 49 years, there's a lot of course, mistrust between Iran and the United States of America. You're not going to solve that.
Understandably, by the way, and I totally get the mistrust. There absolutely should be mistrust. There's no reason in hell, in my opinion, there's no reason to trust Iran. Period. End of story. There is no reason to trust Iran. And I think you guys know that I'm right at the end of the day. Why should anybody trust Iran? Iran's not worth trusting. Period. End of story. I don't trust Iran to save my life. Hell no. Iran should not be trusted by anyone. Anyone.
Problem overnight. But yeah, I think the people we're sitting across from wanted to make a deal, and I know the President of the United States told us to go out there.
Give me one moment, though. Okay, so there's a video I want to share with you guys. Hold on. Give me 1 second though. I gotta see if I can find. I gotta log into my Facebook real quick on my desktop computer. I don't want to show anybody my login info. Hold on. Oh shit! I think I'm already logged in. Nice. All right, are you guys ready for this? Oh wait, this is on YouTube. Okay, good. Okay, great. All right, one moment. So this is so basically my buddy Nathan. I think he ordered his mattress, in my opinion, a little too soon. He got the wrong mattress, and so Nathan ordered a Casper mattress, and the problem is it doesn't have this feature, the feature that we're going to look at here real quick. Let's just play the video.
So I just uncork it, roll over, and I can piss right into the tank that's hidden underneath?
That's right, Scott. Just like any other piss mattress system.
So I just uncork it, roll over, and I can piss right into the tank that's hidden underneath?
That's right, Scott. Just like any other piss mattress system. But what sets the Piss Mattress Pro apart is its proprietary 30-gallon piss tank. That's more than double
So wait, are you saying that I no longer have to use the sink? I mean, the toilet?
the volume of any of our competition.
Tired of constantly emptying your piss mattress? Upgrade to the Piss Mattress Pro.
Dude, this is amazing. Holy crap. This is my new mattress, dude. This was the mattress I didn't realize I needed the entire time.
With a 30-gallon tank, you can let it sit for months. Order today and receive a free year of our
A 30-gallon tank. Holy fuck. This is amazing.
odor protection plan.
Oh my God. This is amazing.
Which delivers cover-up spray right to your door.
So we're trying the odor cover-up spray here because our tank here on set is about a quarter full and it is starting to smell.
That's right, Scott. Our developers recommend that you spray this for about 10 to 20 minutes every couple of hours.
Dude, this is amazing. I want this product. This product needs to be mine. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, bro. This product must be mine. Holy shit, dude. This is amazing. Do you guys think I need this bed? Do you guys think that this is a purchase that I need to make?
I mean, it's amazing. I barely smell the piss.
Never get out of bed to pee again with the Piss Mattress Pro.
So I just uncork it.
Dude, I'm pretty tempted. The Piss Mattress Pro, bro. Holy crap, dude. Holy crap.
Major General Tao says. But how about upgrading to a Pissmaster Gunner mattress?
Ooh. You know, I think that the mattress that Nathan purchased, the Casper mattress, I think it does have its own piss tank in it, though. I think Nathan's just not telling me. I think the Casper mattress that he purchased has a piss tank in it. But it is a Gunner bed. Like, I was sitting, so when Nathan got the mattress, I sat on the mattress, and immediately I knew this was like the ideal mattress for gooning. Like, it's the ideal mattress for gooning, straight up, dude. I'm not going to lie. The Casper mattress he got, I think it was the Casper brand. If I'm wrong, Nathan, just let me know. But it's the perfect gooner bed. Like, if I was gooning on a bed, that would be the bed of choice. It absolutely would be. So, beautiful, man. Beautiful. I love Gunner mattresses, man. Oh, man, that's good shit. Okay, let's watch the rest of this real quick.
And negotiate in good faith. That's what we did. That's what we're going to keep on doing. So you never know, though. Yeah. Right? I mean, I've sat across from you.
But everybody, give a shout out to my boy Nate Dogg for recommending that video. That's some good shit, bro. Oh my God. But
Not Nerds Attack 617 says. But how to empty? Not Nerds Attack 617 says. What even is this right now? Major General Tao says. Pissmaster Glory Hole Mark 5. Major General Tao says. I would never leave the house.
It's a great mattress, though, man. I don't know how you would empty it, per se. That's a good question. I'm assuming you get a really long hose and then just like make it go out your window and then just, I don't know, make all the piss go into the grass or something. Fly on Garza's balls says, oh, hold on.
Fly on Garza's balls says. Now this is the Michael Garza show. Fly on Garza's balls says. Why you skip me?
I did not mean to skip you, Fly on Garza's balls. For some reason, you and Major General Tao in my mind were blending together. You were both highlighted in the same color for some reason, so like it just, I don't know. I didn't mean to skip you, Fly on Garza's balls. I love you, bro. I didn't mean to skip you. I try not to skip anybody who's a member, or just in general. If you guys are a long-term player on the show, if you guys have been on the show for a long time, I try not to skip anybody, but whatever. Let's keep going.
United States senators that I thought I agreed with, and you don't know with those people, right? I won't say who. You can guess. But I feel very good about where we are.
Great. All right, so this is the last one from me. Now, a lot of people make a big deal about illegal immigration, and we should. It's terrible, right? And this administration...
Yeah, we should.
Has made 100%. Historic progress on that issue. I think you don't get enough credit for it. And the problem with immigration, illegal immigration, is once it's not a problem anymore, our memories are about 6 days long, and we move on to the next thing. But what about...
Agreed. I mean, that's the world we live in, unfortunately. That is the world we live in, unfortunately.
Legal immigration.
Sure.
And reforming it, correcting it, addressing abuses. Because I look around here and I see a bunch of American students that want jobs, that want homes, that want a space in this country. And I think reforming legal...
Hold on.
Fly on Garza's balls says. Fly on Garza's balls says. Bro, but imagine your phone falls in the piss tank.
That's true. There is always the possibility of your phone falling in the piss tank. That is absolutely a possibility, Fly on Garza's balls. However, that's why after you're done pissing in that mattress, I'm not saying anybody should do this. I'm not saying anyone should do this. I'm just saying in a hypothetical world, you just got to make sure that you recork it. That's all. Then your phone ain't falling in the piss tank. All right? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Is so critical. Maybe talk about some of the reforms that this administration has done specifically on the legal front.
So this is exactly right. And this is 100%, I think one of the first pieces of legislation I sponsored in the United States Senate was effectively to get rid of the H-1B visa, because I cared so much about this when I was in the Senate. And yes, it is the case that Congress has not exactly come along. There, again, to my point about the United States Senate, there are far more people who are sponsoring that legislation today than there were 10 years ago, but it's not nearly enough to get it through. But just through administrative action, I don't think people realize this, the number of new H-1B visas is down about 90% in the United States of America. Like that's something that we accomplished purely through.
That's actually a hell of an accomplishment that people aren't giving JD Vance enough credit for, or Donald Trump. So, I mean, that's a hell of an accomplishment, man. Dude, JD Vance and Trump, man, they know what they're doing. People want to give these guys a hard time, but they're actually, it's funny. They're giving these guys a hard time for no reason at all. Look, Trump and Vance are doing all the good shit, all right? They're doing the right stuff. They're making the right moves. And to anybody who's just giving them crap, man, I don't get it. I don't understand you. I don't get it. Stop giving my boy shit. I'm in my ass again. All right, hold on. So I'm going to do a little karaoke for you guys. You guys ready for this? Hold on. I'm going to do a little karaoke. Got it? Hey,
Laugh
Not
out loud.
Nerds Satag, thank you for becoming a VIP member, Brony. Hey, everybody, give a shout out to Not Nert Satag for becoming a VIP. Thank you, Brony Bro. I appreciate you, man.
Fly on Gart Sassball says.
We just got a new member,
Bro,
everybody.
it was 4.60 at the pump for 89 grade. Other day I chose bad time to buy a Durango.
Shit. Shit. Hold on, let me see that one more time. So wait, it was 460 at the pump for 89 grade the other day. Oh, you have a Dodge Durango, dude? Holy shit, man.
Not Nerdsattag 617 says. Bro. I just became a member just because that piss mattress thing was so funny.
Well, you could thank my buddy Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg was the one who recommended it to me. He sent it to me via Messenger, so you can give all the credit to Nate Dogg. But I appreciate you becoming a member, man. That's awesome, bro. And our memberships, by the way, to anybody who's just tuning in, our memberships are only like 99 cents a month and $1.99 a month for the second tier. I recommend just joining the VIP because it's the cheapest, and honestly, I don't know. If you do the $1.99, you're basically just helping fund the channel a little bit more than usual. But 99 cents a month will give you everything you need to have a good time on this channel, at least as a private member. You'll get noticed, you'll get highlighted. So there's a lot of benefits to becoming just a basic 99 cent a month member. A lot of your messages will be text to speech on here. I love it, man.
Fly on Gart Sassball says. Yeah, it's a fun car since it got the V8, but at the pump the fun ends.
Yeah, I understand. Oh, man.
Not Nerdsattag 617 says. Is said like say talk.
But dude, that's why I drive a pink Toyota Corolla. So just to let you guys know, I drive a pink Toyota Corolla. And you guys are going to laugh at me, but I chose pink because I thought it was a cool color. I wanted a pink Toyota Corolla because I'm a pink brony bro, dude. I'm a pink brony bro, and I dance at the gay clubs. Oh my God, I'm just having fun on the stage in
Laugh
my
out loud.
Yep, you get to do these cool messages. Exactly.
Tulahasha says. You get to do these cool messages.
That's why I'm glad I got members on this channel, man. You know, it's nice to see how many members I've gained as well. Okay, so Tiny Lion Gaming, I don't really have a pink car, but I do have a Toyota Corolla. I don't want to let you guys know what color it is, because if I let you guys actually know what real color it was, you guys would try to find me. So I will say this. I'm just going to tell you guys that I drive a pink Toyota Corolla, and that's final. I'm not going to tell you guys the actual color. I'm just going to tell you guys it's pink. And, yeah. Because I'm a pink brony bro. And I dance at the gay clubs. Oh, my God. I'm just having fun. So there's something I got to do real quick. I want to test. I'm going to do a recording real fast. And see. I'm going to do a quick recording to see if there's a delay between the video and the audio.
Tulahasha says.
Come on, man.
It is pink. He just doesn't want to openly admit.
Come on, don't call me out like that, bro. All right, fine. I drive a pink Toyota Corolla. Are you guys satisfied? Are you guys satisfied? Wait, come on, man.
Fly on Gart Sassball says. Tainted, you need to calm down. This is great content.
Oh, man. I'm a pink brony bro, and I dance at the gay club. I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong. Oh, man. I'm always wearing a man thong, though, at the Pink Brony Club. I'm going to keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club. I'm going to keep on crapping down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on crapping at the Pink Brony Club. Pink Brony Club. I'm up and my balls are on the floor. Everybody's looking at me, calling me a whore. And I heard that there's a messed up place where all my brony brothers cream pie in my face. I'm having perverted dreams of creaming in Tennessee. Oh, Santa Monica, you've been so gay to me. Won't make my mama proud. It's gonna cause a scene. She sees her brony boy. I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink brony bro, and you dance at the gay clubs, oh my God. I'm just having fun. Okay, here we go.
Not Nerds Attack 617 says, you should do a show that's just funny shit.
I know. Do I?
No
I
politics.
Now that we have 10,000 subscribers, I can kind of ease up on the gas of the politics stuff. But I will admit, I'm still trying to get more subscribers. So doing these political shows surprisingly does get more viewers, gets more eyeballs on this. So the more eyeballs we get, the better.
Not Nerds Attack 617 says, bro WHAT.
I know you're probably wondering what the hell, dude. Come on, man. We're gay brony bros, everybody.
That's something we accomplished purely through administrative action. And again, it's something I cared a lot about. It's something the president cared a lot about. So, there are other things too. There are ways in which, our visa system is taken completely advantage of. One of the biggest loopholes in American immigration, legal immigration policy, and I'll never forget my debate against Tim Walz, where the moderator tried to fact check me because I said this.
The GOAT, dude. Tim Walz is the GOAT. Hey, if you guys love Tim Walz, double tap the screen. If you guys love JD Vance, double tap your screens.
Person is an illegal immigrant. It's like, no, actually, they came in as an asylum claimant. And it's like, if you came in on a fraudulent asylum claim, you are an illegal immigrant, whatever the hell somebody from CBS says.
Yeah, exactly. If it's a fraudulent claim, it's a fraudulent claim.
You are. And the asylum process was, there were literally millions of people coming into the United States every single year on false.
Oh shit, dude. Not Nerdsatag _617 is a furry?
Not Nerdsatag 617 says, I'm more of a furry. But bronies are cool too.
You're a furry brony bro, dude. You're a pink brony bro. And you dance at the gay clubs, oh my God. We're just having fun on the stage in our hooves. We're wearing our man thongs. Dude, you're the real pink brony bro.
False asylum claims, we have those claims down something like north of 95%. So there are all of these things that you can do, purely through administrative action. But for us to really make this stick, look, as much as I don't want this to happen, eventually, hopefully 20 years from now, you're going to have a Democratic president who tries to undo everything that we've done on immigration. That's why we need Congress to codify this stuff. But right now...
Yeah, I honestly think we should be a little bit tougher on immigration. You can't just let everybody in. You can't. There has to be a vetting process. You can't just take everybody's word. You know what I mean? You just can't take their word that they're going to be good in this country. You know what I mean? There are some people who enter this country who just want to do the country harm. And that's the truth. Whether you guys want to, admit that or not, it is the truth. It is absolutely the truth. And, I just, hopefully people realize that. I don't know if people will, but, only the pink brony bros will ever know. Only the pink brony bros. And you dance at the gay clubs, oh my God. We're just having fun.
I'm very proud of what we've done in the Trump administration. Massive reductions in fraudulent visas, massive reductions in fraudulent number of asylum claims, massive reduction in H-1B visas granted. We're making a lot of progress. As I said to you, we want to make more. We're certainly going to make more over the remaining 3 years. But what that means, fundamentally, is you...
Dude, JD Vance is the man, dude. Tainted Life, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking
Tainted
about,
Life
bro?
2618 says, JD is such an embarrassing
Dude,
queen.
JD is the
Tainted
man,
Life
bro. What are you
2618
talking
says,
about, Brony?
Pale dull ass thing.
Brony, what are you talking about, man? Dude, JD's the GOAT. I love JD Vance, bro.
Small Wiener Gang.
Hey, thank you for joining the Small Wiener Gang. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. John Sykes, we appreciate you, bro. Give a shout out, everybody, to John Sykes. 4-3. Let's put John Sykes back up on the board real quick.
Small Wiener Gang.
Thank you for joining the Small Wiener Gang, John Sykes. We love you, bro. JD Vance is the best, dude. I would rather have Vance in my pants than walls on my balls. That's the truth. Once again, I say this. I would rather have Vance in my pants than walls on my balls. I just want that to be very, very clear to all you guys. Vance in my pants rather than walls on my balls. It's not a hard choice. I'm a JD Vance kind of guy. I'm a JD Vance kind of girl, all right? That's the kind of girl I am, dude. I'm a JD Vance kind of gal, all right? I love JD. Cause I'm the man. Who's the man with the plan? I'm the man.
You guys deserve to have good jobs. And I don't want, when you graduate from this amazing university, and it hurts me to say that as an Ohio State fan, but this is an amazing university. When you graduate, I think the guy who was screaming earlier, he's clearly a Michigan guy.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Put it on the table. Funny. Oh no, we have another Michigan guy over here. But
they did win the Natty. So
yes, that's right. That's right. But when you guys graduate from this,
JD, you're the man, dude. JD Vance is so dreamy.
This university, I don't want you competing against a low-wage foreigner for your first job. I want a company to have to pay you a fair.
I'm having wicked dreams of creaming in Tennessee. Rosanto Monicol, you'll have been so good to me. What the hell?
Not Nerds Attack 617 says, Tainted Life 2618. Chill bro, I'm a witch. I can curse you through your IP.
Nah, dude, the MAGA movement's still going strong, bro. The MAGA movement still rocks.
Fair wage for a fair day's work. It's like,
and you know what? If everybody's abandoning the MAGA movement, well, guess what? I'm still here for it. I don't care if I'm the odd man out, dude. JD Vance 2028. That's what Daddy wants, dude. That's what Daddy needs. JD Vance 2028. Let's go. Let's go. Let's play ball. It's game day. We want strikeouts, base hits, double plays. And take the field, hear the roar of the crowd. Come on, Marlins, make us proud. Come on, Marlins, make us proud. Keep hoping and dreaming, and you will soar with a little faith and luck.
Common sense. But to do that, you really have to do reform of the H-1B and other, it's not just the H-1B, a number of the other visa systems. We made a lot of progress, but man, I would love a Congress. And you guys advocated. Ask yourself, you have a Senate primary going on right now. This is what I say about getting more involved. Every single one of you should ask those Senate candidates, what do you think about the H-1B visa? Would you co-sponsor the vice president, former senator's legislation to eliminate that program because it's basically just something that big tech companies take advantage of? These are the things that you guys have to do. because I can't keep these politicians honest by myself. I need your help. It's a very big job. Great stuff.
That's what JD Vance does, dude. He makes things happen. Dude, Vance makes things happen, bro.
So, thank you, Mr. Vice President. We have some questions. I believe we're ready for some questions for...
Yeah, let's do some questions for the audience.
Oh, right here.
Okay, there we are. Hello.
Hi, my name is Hope. I have a serious question and then a fun question.
Okay.
So your serious question is, when you were growing up, who was your voice / influencer that helped you see your conservative views? And then for now, who can we look at as an influencer or like a voice?
The Michael Garza Show. The answer to your question is the Michael Garza Show can be your influencer / voice for all things morality. Okay, that's a bad idea. Scratch that. Whatever I just said, don't believe that for shit. If anything, you might need to avoid the Michael Garza Show. Just saying. We're trying. We're trying our best, but we're a little too gee.
Okay, so that's very interesting. So, when I was a kid and I was kind of developing my politics, there was actually a radio host, a guy who founded this organization called Focus on the Family, James Dobson, who was really influential to me. And he was just, he was a good Christian guy. He talked about the family. He talked about things I cared a lot about. And I came from a broken home. So when he talked about the ways in which a broken home had a negative effect on kids, it made sense to me because I was seeing it in my own life. And then here was a guy who was actually talking about it.
That's pretty real, man. That's real stuff. Because I would say when I was younger, I mean, I think a lot of people have, I think a lot of people live in, not everybody has lived in a broken home, but I would say that, when you have like parents who hate each other, for instance, parents who, are not really good with money, and they fight a lot, it's really sad. One of the reasons, and I do attribute this, it's funny that he talks about the whole broken home thing. I wouldn't say that I was from a completely broken home. I mean, I had a roof over my head. I was very grateful for that growing up. But I did have a hard time, I think, developing as a person, just because of a lot of the shit that I had saw in my household growing up. It really warped me a little bit. Not in a bad way. Like, it just kind of made me... it made me want to avoid living that life. The life that my parents were living. The type of views that they had in the world. My dad, I have to admit, is a very, I hate to admit it, he's kind of a pessimistic guy. He's kind of a nihilist, and it's tough. I never really related to that at all, naturally. And I watched a lot of Star Trek. Maybe that helped, curve my point of view a little bit. But and then my mom constantly emasculated my dad. That was tough to watch. It's like, he's supposed to be a masculine figure in my life, and I see him getting totally owned by my mom. It's like, dude, what the fuck? So no, coming from I guess you could say, I don't like to admit that I've come from a broken home because I turned out pretty good, all things considered. I had there was food on the table. There weren't nights where we would have to go hungry or anything, but I will admit that the levels of abuse that I had witnessed were really, maybe they scarred me more than I like to admit it. But yeah, so it's kind of one of those things that, I don't know how I actually thrived. Maybe it was because I came from a broken home that I thrived, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't say it was a completely broken home. It's tough to say. I don't like to readily admit it is, but maybe I could be downplaying it, with the amount of... Anyway, let's keep going, man, because it's tough. It's tough when I hear stuff about broken homes. I'm like, I start thinking back, to my growing up, man. My parents constantly just being terrible human beings to each other, and I hated them for it. I'd have to say my mom was more of a terrible human being to my dad. But one of the reasons why I don't exactly have the closest relationship with my parents, and I'm trying to change that, is because I'm afraid if I spend too much time with them, I'm going to, maybe I'll turn into them. And that's a weird fear, but I want to spend time with them. So I came to the realization I came to a bit of a realization that I'm not them. And, as long as I keep reading books on successful people, I'll never become like them because I'll be too busy thinking about what it's like to be a successful human being and a good person, So that was kind of a big deal to me. I wanted to be a good person. I wanted to, I don't know. I just wanted to feel better about my life. And, growing up in that household, man, it didn't make me feel very particularly good. But it's a tough thing to admit because, like I said, I guess to me it never felt, I don't know, it just never felt, it felt wrong, that's for sure. But I guess I do downplay it a little bit sometimes. Maybe because part of me's embarrassed. Maybe part of me's embarrassed that I had to live that life. I don't know if I got some form of embarrassment, but as I've grown older, I've become more honest. I don't get as embarrassed about stuff like that anymore. I'm pretty open to like how my life was, and it wasn't the worst life in the world. It's just when your parents are abusive to each other behind closed doors, and you have to see it. It's it just makes you really sad. It makes you pretty depressed, and it was one of the reasons I was afraid of women. I was so afraid of commitment. I was afraid of women because I thought they were all like my mom. So I'm not gonna lie, I became a bit of a misogynist at a certain point in my life, because of my mom, and how she treated my dad. I thought, oh my God, if I get with a woman, they're gonna treat me like my mom did. That was a real fear. I think if people are honest and they've had like very abusive mothers, they have that same fear deep within, especially when you have an overbearing or when you have a mom who just wants to, emasculate your father. It's like it's so depressing to watch. So yeah, at a certain point, I just realized I was like, well, I will never be in a situation where anybody could do that. Luckily I have a girlfriend who gives me the space that I need to do what I need to do, and she understands exactly what I do. She understands why I do it because I do explain myself very well, maybe not the best, but I over-explain. But yeah, no. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. What I'm really trying to say is, I think even if you've come from a broken home, you can still be a successful person. There's no. You can be a very successful person even if you came from a broken home. Is all I'm trying to say. But yeah. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. Just. If you guys felt like you guys were dealt like a pretty rough hand in life, look, somebody out there had it rougher than me. So I always keep that in mind. I always keep that in perspective. So never feel sorry for yourself, because there's always somebody out there who definitely had it worse. Aaron Russell, what the hell? Dude, don't disrespect my girlfriend, bro. Aaron Russell, don't disrespect my girlfriend, dude. You know what? Screw Aaron Russell, bro. You don't say that about my girlfriend. You can say whatever you want about me, but don't make it personal. You could say whatever the hell you want about me. Don't say shit about my girlfriend on here. Messed up, dude. Messed up, bro. Not Nerdsadag. Yeah, I try not to give out any personal stuff.
Not Nerdsadag 617 says, bro, can I give you my email?
Yeah, if you guys
I'd love to talk to you after the chat.
So here is the channel does have So the channel does have its own email. It's a gmail.com email, but I'm just going to put it like garzamedias@gmail.com, so that way it shows up on there. So you guys know it's garzamedias@gmail.com. So if you guys do ever want to email me, this is my like public facing email for the show, garzamedias@gmail.com. So if you guys ever have show ideas, you guys want to shoot an idea at me, hell, if anybody wants to sponsor the show, garzamedias@gmail.com, man. We could, if you guys want to sponsor the show, it's a possibility. You know what I mean? So it's there. So who the hell wants to sponsor my show? I know you do.
Fly on guard Sassballs says. Ignore him, bro, or GFS a wonderful woman to you, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the whole chat, bro. Thank you, Fly on Garza's balls. I appreciate it, man. I think you're seeing the whole chat. I hope you are.
And what I liked about him is that he didn't talk about it in this judgmental way, right? He wasn't attacking a kid like me who didn't have everything handed to him. He was just explaining in a very real world, with a fundamentally Christian underpinning, here's what happens when things are broken. And you know, when you ask who are some of the conservative influencers or the political influencers today, there are a few people that I look to who I think have very, very smart.
Please say the Michael Garza show. JD Vance, please say the Michael Garza show. The Michael Garza show.
And wise spiritual wisdom. I mean, like I think Andrew and Blake and the podcast that they have at TPUSA is amazing. I listen to it all the time. I think it's great. You know, I think if you want a good laugh, I love Theo Von. Like, he's one of my favorite. I think he's just incredible, and he's got one of these senses of humor where like 30% of the time it goes completely over my head, and 70% of the time he's the funniest person imaginable. But I think Theo has a good heart, and that's one of the reasons why I really like listening to his show. And then just in terms of like, you know, pure politics, of course you should be listening to the Vice President of these United States. Thank you.
And then my fun question is, if you could have a free day with zero responsibilities, what would your day look like?
Oh, that's a good
A free day with zero responsibilities. JD Vance would be gooning. No, I'm just
question.
kidding.
And honestly, I would add not just
kidding,
zero
just kidding.
responsibilities, but total anonymity. Because the thing that I love this job. It's very cool. I'm very honored to have it, but I would.
But yeah, I mean, no matter where JD Vance goes, people are going to be asking for his autograph or wanting him to sign their titties. You know what I mean? So it's like constantly JD Vance is having to sign people's tits everywhere he goes. And it's like, when you're too famous, man, when you get to a certain point of fame, anybody on the streets notices you, and they're like, oh, like if I got to like, let's just say I got like to 1 million subscribers on YouTube, I still wouldn't technically be a celebrity that everybody would recognize. But at the same time, you know, maybe I go to the right places. Somebody's going to recognize me at a certain point. And that's kind of the curse of being famous to a degree, is that you can't really go anywhere and have any peace and quiet. Because if somebody recognizes you because you're a national figure, I mean, you know, that's the problem with fame, is that everybody knows your name. Actually, is that a song? I'm pretty sure I never, if I'm the first person to come up with that, that's crazy. But that's the problem with fame. Everybody knows your name. And, yeah. Oh my God, that needs to be a rap song. That's the problem with fame. Everybody knows your name.
What I really want to do, honestly, is take Usha and the 3 kids and just walk to a local cafe, eat a ton of pancakes, and then take the kids to the zoo without anybody knowing who the hell I am.
That's awesome, man. And you see, that's one of the reasons why I fear getting a little too famous. You know, like, I want to have a big following on YouTube, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, man, if I became like worldwide famous where people were like wanting my attention, I mean, hey, at least I'd be making money because I'd be in demand, you know. I could, you know, sell my talents or sell my lack of talents for whatever reasons. But yeah. But yeah, that's the problem with fame, dude. Everybody knows your name. Cause I wanna go where everybody knows your name. Yeah, that is from Cheers, isn't it? Well, I kind of took the opposite approach. That's the problem with fame, though, is everybody knows your name. And at the end of the day, do you really want that? Sometimes it's a bad thing. Sometimes it's kind of cool. But there are times it could be really frustrating, I bet.
That's what I would do if I had a day.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Very nice question.
All right, hi JD. My name is Jacob, and I'm also from Cincinnati. So I get you, I'm with you there on the zoo. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
so.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyway, my question is that there's a lot of division within our country right now, from right to left and everybody in between. And leading up to the 2024 election and Charlie's death, I found that Charlie was definitely the glue that held at least the conservative movement together.
Right.
And since he has passed, there's been a lot of division within our conservative movement, and especially with the 2026 midterms and the 2028 election coming up. How do you think the conservative movement can be united, and if there is a who do you think that could be?
Honestly, I think an Iranian here's the thing. I think if the U.S. is able to do what they need to do in Iran and declare victory, then I think it's a big win for the Republican Party, especially if there's peace in the Middle East and the markets go up rapidly. That's a big deal. That's a very big deal. So I don't know, man. I think we're on the right path. But yeah, I think what's going to unify the Republican Party, and look, I wouldn't say that I'm a full-on Republican. You know, I just support the Republican Party because they're basically the opposite of the Democrat Party. At the end of the day, I'm more anti-Democrat than I am pro-Republican. And because I'm so anti-Democrat, that kind of makes me want to vote Republican. Because if there is a chance, I want to make it to where the Democrats do not get any power. The problem with Democrats is that they abuse power. I know that people are like, but what about Donald Trump? He's abusing power. Not really. He's doing the right thing. He's got a vision for America. And everybody keeps saying, but Donald Trump's a dictator. Is he? Is he really? You know, it's like, just because you tell me somebody's a dictator doesn't mean they actually are, you know? I think that's the thing that kind of pisses me off about the current political climate is just the way that people say things. I don't know. It's the way that people do things, the way people say things, and just levels of ridiculousness to it. Give me a few moments, everybody. Sorry about that. Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. And your worries sure would mean a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? I want to go where everybody knows your name. Do I think that JD Vance is cute? Yeah, I think JD Vance is a hunk, bro. All right, so I am going to sing a song real quick for all you guys. It's going to be a cover of a song. Give me one moment, though. All right, here we go. All right. Never been up inside of any man, and I always thought of my dick as meant for girls. I just had sex with guys, know what his ass is like. To be gentle when you stick your dick in myself. Don't come in me. Please pull out instead. Come in me.
Now I'm thinking, am I gay? Am I gay? I guess. Semen in my hands, in my ass, on my penis. Hold on, I need a second. Oh my God. But her is only gay if you lick their butt. Guy I met outside, do it once or twice. Then his dick got long, over and over and over, it was hitting mine. Don't come in me, please spit on my chest, pull out of me. Now I'm thinking, am I gay? Am I gay? I guess. Have semen in my hands, in my ass, on my penis. Like, man, I really isn't gay. I blowed a man once, but not two. For even by. Oh, man. Oh, shit, dude. Hold on. I just got a gift, dude. Thank you so much for the gift, not nerd satag _617. I do appreciate it. It is a Jelly Friends. He sent a Jelly Friends for 2,500 joules. I appreciate that, brony. My pink brony bros. And we dance at the... Hey, dude, I appreciate you giving me the rest of your points, brother. Hey, I mad love, bro. Hey, mad love, bro. Mad love. Not nurse a tag. Mad love, bro. I want to thank you for that, man. I gave that a love. No, thank you for those points, brother. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Come and me. Pull out instead. Come and me. Thinking, am I gay? Am I gay? I guess. Have semen in my hands, in my ass. Gay. I'm trying not to sing this too loud. It's nighttime. My gay, am I gay? I gay, yeah. Yes. Whoa, no. Am I gay? I guess. No. Whoa. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. And there's a DJ spinning somewhere Friday. Girlfriend, ring your boyfriend. Your girlfriend, be your boyfriend. Right out of the house. We're all about that shit. That's a hit. The shit's so lit, we ain't ever gonna quit. We don't give a fuck, yeah, no, we don't give a fuck. Smoking ciggies in the car with the windows up. We don't give a fuck, yeah, we don't give a fuck. Sex on X in an ice cream truck. Pills, pills, alcohol. Catch me when we free fall. But fuck yeah, no, we don't give a fuck, oh. Fuck yeah. My daddy hates me, mama loves me, gives me all my daddy's money. What's a day job? What's a paycheck? Got myself a line of credit. Hey man, put that on my tab. Can you just give me the cash? Roll that spiff, takes a hit. My shit's so lit, we ain't never gonna quit. We don't give a fuck, yeah, we don't give a fuck. Smoking ciggies in the car with the windows up. We don't give a fuck, yeah, we don't give a fuck. Like sex on X in a day glow bus. Pills, alcohol. Catch me when we free fall. Fuck yeah, we don't give a fuck, no. Oh. Fuck yeah. This is All American Rejects, baby. All American Rejects. Good. This is a good song, man. Ain't a song I listen to. Don't care if you hate us for this song. We're not listening. Pills, alcohol. Catch us when we free fall. Nah, it's a good song, man. I love it. No, man, that's a hell of a song, man. That's a tight ass song, bro. I like Poland. I love Poland. They took all my baby oil. My baby oil. The oil, it was in my mind. They call me the Brony Brother. I am the Brony Brother. Everybody's jealous of my Brony Bros. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Let me take a look at the latest messages here. Hey, Tiny Lion Gaming, man. I appreciate the stay hydrated for 550 joules, man. I appreciate that big time. Thank you, bro. Everybody give a shout out to my boy Tiny Lion Gaming. Kicking ass. Thank you for the gift, my Brony bro. Once again, Tiny Lion Gaming sent a stay hydrated for 550 joules. My God, that is pimping. I appreciate you, man. I love you, Tiny Lion Gaming. You're the man, dude. Dude, yeah, dude. All American Rejects is amazing, dude. They're an amazing band, dude. Oh, I saw the Jelly Friends, man. I saw the Jelly. I appreciate the Jelly Friends, bro. Oh, I saw them, bro. I appreciate them, bro. Hey, thank you for the high five, Tiny Lion Gaming. I made sure I gave it a love. I gave the Jelly Friends a love as well for not Sir Tag. I appreciate those big time, man. No, the fact that you guys are willing to give gifts to keep the show funded, man. We have so many people giving gifts lately, and I just appreciate it. Probably because the audio is a lot better now that we got a better microphone. But, yeah, this new microphone, man, it's turning out to be very profitable. It's helping out the show a lot in a lot of ways. But I love it. All right, man. No, I just appreciate everybody being so supportive of this. And we just had so many people come on the show and be really good sports about just supporting the show in many ways. But, hey, let's keep watching this, man.
I think part of the division is Charlie's death, because Charlie, as Andrew knows well, and a lot of this was behind the scenes, Charlie was the guy who was talking to different segments of the movement, right? So, I mean, just this Iran thing. Charlie would be the guy who was talking to the people who really wanted to go to war with Iran and the people who really didn't want to go to war with Iran, and he would try to find ways for those guys to work together.
Oh, hell yeah, man. No, it's okay if you're behind a little bit in the stream. No big deal, man. It's
Not
all good.
Nerds Attack
Thanks, Evan.
617 says.
Shit happens.
Sorry.
Even
I
if they
was
disagreed
behind in
over
the
one
stream.
issue, right? And so Charlie's absence is a huge thing. And my answer to your question is, who replaces Charlie Kirk? I think it's going to be a combination of people. I think Andrew's got a role. I've got a role. You guys have got a role. And I think the most important thing to remember about how Charlie thought about this is he always recognized what was the goal and who was the real problem. The real problem is not a person who disagrees with you about this or that foreign policy or domestic policy issue. The real problem is the person who killed our friend and anybody who defended the people who killed our friend. And we got.
Yeah, and the people, by the way, the people who are defending Charlie's death, who are saying, the people who are saying that Charlie's death was necessary, like, it pisses me off, dude. To all those people who are celebrating Charlie's death, I mean, you guys need to rethink your existence a little bit, because that's just messed up. You know, I hope you guys are able to still live good lives and stuff, but it's just sad that you guys have to, like, it's weird that people celebrate it. You know, it's weird that people were celebrating his death, and it just doesn't sit right. You know, it doesn't sit right with me at all in any way. And yeah, no, Charlie's death, man. Charlie Kirk's death was awful. Like, it still blows my mind to this day that people were willing to, like, defend the shooter. Like, he did the right. Charlie was doing the right things. And that's the problem I have with this, is that, you know, he may have said things that you disagreed with, but just because he said things that you disagreed with doesn't mean that he needed to die. He never actually did anything wrong. You know, you can say wrong things. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just depends on what you do. If you do terrible things, if you steal from people, if you murder people, that's wrong. You know what I mean? That's a bad person right there. I mean, it's simple morality at the end of the day. It's simple, basic morality. No, can you say things and be an asshole? Sure. You could be an absolute prickosaurus. That is true. And to those people, I don't talk to them. You know, if they're assholes, like, I don't talk to them. I don't listen to their shit. But, dude, Charlie Kirk was a great human being. He was a solid human being. But yeah, I think that, you know, I guess still it's been over 6 months and I'm still not. It's been about 6 or 7 months since Charlie's death and I'm still feeling weird about it, you know. I think most people should be. I think most people should feel very weird about it. I mean, he was a really good dude. And I think he was killed for no reason. I think that's the worst part about it, is he was killed by a deranged person. And that sickens me, man. I'm so sick of these deranged people just thinking that, oh, because this person disagrees with me, I can do terrible things to them. That's not the way the world works. If you hurt somebody because they disagree with you, you're worse than the person that you disagree with. It's as simple as that. You know? But no, I'm still a big Charlie Kirk fan, no matter what. I think his every now and then I'll watch some of his videos, because for a guy who was so young, he was a pretty wise guy for being so young. He was a well-read person. He was one of those guys that was very self-educated. You know, he took the time to educate himself, and he went to like a semester of college. It's really weird. You know, the difference between me and Charlie is I'm just not that Christian. But Charlie and I had some interesting parallels to our own life. He didn't go to college for very long. He decided to drop out because he just wasn't a big fan of it. I wasn't a fan of it either. Obviously, we're two different individuals. We took way different paths. He's more Christian, and he was honestly a nicer guy to the left than I would be. Honestly, most leftists piss me off because when they get into my face and they start like saying terrible things to me, I say terrible things back. I don't take the high road. I just don't take the high road in these situations. So, but yeah, no, Charlie was honestly a brilliant dude. He was a very brilliant young man. And to those of you who are hating on him, I don't get your hatred. He made a lot of good points. Sure, there were points that I didn't agree with that he made, but everybody has a personal opinion. Everybody has a right to be wrong. You all have a right to be wrong in your opinions. And by the way, just because somebody has a wrong opinion doesn't mean it's going to blow up the world. The problem with the left is they think that opinions that are incorrect that are put out there are going to somehow make the world a terrible place. No, here's what's going to make the world a better place. First off, don't censor anybody. The moment that you censor people is the moment you become worse than them. So never censor anybody. Unless you, like, for instance, in my chat, I do have to block people sometimes, but censoring people is a bad call. Try to avoid censoring people. Charlie Kirk didn't want a war in Iran. Look, in my opinion, the war in Iran was absolutely necessary because look at the things that were being done in Iran by the asshole Ayatollah. The Ayatollah was doing terrible, terrible, terrible things. And it's just funny that people try to defend the asshole Ayatollah, that's all. I personally don't get it. I'm going to fill this up with water real quick. One thing I like about those Calypso lemonades is they're glass bottles, so I like refilling them. Give me 1 second. Catch us when we free fall. We don't give a fuck, yeah, we don't give a fuck, no. Fuck yeah.
Hey, man, have a good night, Mr. Not Nerd Satang. I appreciate you coming on. No, I appreciate everybody coming on, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me put this back up real quick. All right, man. But yeah, have a good night, my brony bro. You're a pink brony bro, and you dance at the gay clubs. Oh my God, I'm just having fun on the stage in my hooves. I'm wearing a man thong. All right, let's keep watching, man.
Got to keep our eye on the ball and recognize that those who want to kill conservatives because they have the wrong viewpoints, we need to defeat those people. We need to unite with each other and actually fight together to defeat the real enemy that's out there. That's the most important message. And I'll also give you, one of the reasons why I'm optimistic about this is, even when Charlie was alive, you saw some of these divisions starting to bubble to the surface, okay?
Oh, I do have to test something, so I do need to do a little bit of a sound test on here. So I'm going to be recording at different offsets to see if it actually matches up. So give me a moment. This video is a 40 millisecond offset. Okay, 40 millisecond offset. I think I have a video editing program on here. I'm trying to remember if I do or not. Hold on. I had a free one somewhere. I like to keep video editing apps on here. Oh, yeah, CapCut. Oh, that's right. I got CapCut on here. Fuck yeah. So CapCut's a good way for me to figure out... So I did a quick recording in I just did a quick little recording while we were all talking. Well, while I was talking at least. Trying to see if the audio is syncing with the video properly, because sometimes there are small delays. So okay, give me a few seconds though. I'm going to try something. My shit's so lit, we ain't ever gonna quit. Okay, let's see. Drag this material. Does it let me see the audio, though? That's the question. I want to be able to see the audio. So I'm using CapCut. I'm trying to see if we have the right... because I know we're at 40 milliseconds right now for the auto adjust. I think we might have to go to 60, though. We may have to stay at around that range. Give me a second, though. I got to view in. Control plus. There we go. Does that zoom in a little bit? Hold on. Hold on. Actually, let's zoom out a little bit. Let's try that one more time. This video is a 40 millisecond offset. Okay, 40 mil. It feels a little off. Hold on. Fucking shit. Let's just go into the video editor part. This video is a 40 millisecond off. This video is a 40 millisecond offset. Okay, 40 millisecond offset. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. Let's see, 40. Let's see. Do I look my lips are aligning? Hold on. Okay, 40 millisecond offset. Let's go from the very beginning. I want to make sure this actually seems like it lines up. This video is a 40 millisecond offset. Okay, 40 millisecond offset. We might have to go back to the 60 millisecond offset. I feel like the sound happened. To be honest, I'm not too sure about that. We'll see what ChatGPT has to say. I'm going to send that to ChatGPT real quick. So I'm going to send the video file to ChatGPT to see if it's aligning. Give me 1 second, though. I'm going to add a photo in a file. I'm going to have ChatGPT analyze the video file along with the audio. I think 40 milliseconds is fine, but it might even tell me to do 20, which honestly, it's interesting because, you know, it's funny because ChatGPT can actually, oh, hey, BBT Bob, I appreciate the, the clapping. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
BPD Bob says. Probably poopin' or something. ETRN7CH says. Where'd he go? ETRN7CH says. Got to 10K then got up and left us.
BBT Bob, thank you for the clapping seal for 250 joules, man. I appreciate it. In fact, oh, it doesn't let me like it or love it. Damn it. What the hell? But I do want to thank you for the clapping seal, though, man. That really makes my day. Anytime I get some sort of gift like that, gifts and super chats really do help. Honestly, the simple act of liking the stream does help a lot too. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. I wonder if it's probably going to tell me to do 20 milliseconds. It's probably going to be like, it might even be right on the money. But it might tell me to adjust it even more slightly. Hey, thank you for the clapping seal, BBT Bob. I appreciate that for 250 joules, man. Thank you. I'm going to give it a love. Okay, I was able to give Bob's clapping seal some love. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro. No, thank you so much, man, for the gift, though. I really do appreciate it. Anytime somebody gives me a gift on here, I greatly appreciate it, man, more than you realize. So it's a big deal to me, at least. So Oh, another clapping seal, bro. Dude, BBT Bob is like hooking me up with all the clapping seals, bro. Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the 250 jewels. It really does help quite a bit, man. No, you guys are amazing, though. You guys have made this show better than what it ever could be. One of the reasons the Michael Gaza show is getting so good is because, you know, people are wanting to subscribe. They're wanting to do all sorts of cool stuff. ChatGPT is taking a little bit of time. It does take time to analyze video, so I have to give ChatGPT a little bit of time to figure it out. No, but thank you guys. I really appreciate everybody for taking the time to subscribe and, you know, the super chats and the gifts and stuff like that. It really means a lot, and you guys are keeping the channel funded more than you guys realize, so... Hey, thank you, Malcolm. I appreciate it. Let's give a shout out to Malcolm.
Malcolm Bar says, "We appreciate you, bro."
Hey, Jarchoco, thank you for the floating heart for 10 jewels, man. I appreciate it. And Jarchoco also says hi. Thank you so much.
Jarchoco said hi.
We give him a floating heart back, man. Love you, bro. Thank you for the floating heart, brother. Now, anytime somebody gives me a gift, man, I appreciate it. Thank you, Bob, for the clap and seal, man. Everybody give a shout out to BPD Bob. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for sending all those things. I appreciate all the gifts, everybody. You guys make this channel worthwhile. You guys make it a fun time, and I couldn't have done it without you guys. So my shit's so lit, we ain't ever gonna quit. We don't give a fuck. Yeah, we don't give a fuck. Man, ChatGPT is taking a little bit of time. Maybe it's going to determine that 60 milliseconds is good. I will admit, I think using CapCut probably wasn't a good idea. CapCut... so they're saying, ChatGPT just gave me a response. Yes, 40 milliseconds looks very close. From the clap style sync points at your video, the audio peak generally lands either right on the impact frame or about 1 frame late at most. At 30 frames per second, 1 frame is about 33 milliseconds. So you are already in the zone where it looks normal to viewers. 40 milliseconds is not a bad judgment. The sync looks usable and basically correct. If you want to fine-tune, I would only test a slightly smaller offset, like 30 milliseconds, not a huge change. Keep 40 milliseconds if you want the safe setting. Try 30 milliseconds if you are chasing near-perfect clap sync. I would not move far away from 40 milliseconds based on this file. So the direct answer is yes, your judgment was pretty much correct. Okay. So that's really cool. ChatGPT concurs that 40 millisecond offset wasn't too bad. So I don't know. It looks like it syncs pretty well. Yeah, 40 millisecond offset delay, man. But yeah, that's cool. BPD, baby.
ETRN7CH says, the sync sure does look usable.
I got a great sync, man.
Chris Rule 17 says, Eowitz BPD, stop stalking me.
Oh, dude, Bob's the man, dude. Now we got Annie, we got Bob, we got Uncle Chris, we got E.T., we got, I know my boy Nate Dogg was in here earlier. We got everybody, man. We got not Nert-Satag. I appreciate all the gifts that you sent over, bro. E.T., I appreciate you being a part of the journey, man. Larson Christopher is a total stud, by the way. We love Larson Christopher on this channel. I haven't been given as much love to Larson, I realize, so I got to make sure I give love to my boy, dude. So Larson Christopher, man, if you're still on here, I love you too, bro. I got to give you your love, man. I give you my love and all of my affection. But yeah, man, I think the sync offset's not too bad. It looks pretty good to me. What do you guys think, by the way? Is my does my mouth, when I'm speaking, does my mouth appear to align with the words that I'm saying? Testing 1, 2, 3. Does my mouth patterns does my mouth align with my audio? Do I look like I'm synced up? Like, for instance, does it look like I'm, it doesn't. I'll give you an example. Like, let's say I'm talking, but it looks like the words that I'm saying are not matching from my mouth. Does it look like my words are matching from my mouth, like, overall? I know that sounds like a weird question to ask you guys, but I want to absolutely make sure. 100%, bro. 100. Okay, the sync seems pretty good. Yeah, 40 milliseconds I felt was probably the right direction for the syncing. But yeah, awesome, man. I love it. Thank you, guys. Tiny Lion Gaming just sent a GGEZ. What's that? GGEZ? What is a GGEZ? Thank you for the GGEZ for 20 joules, Tiny Lion Gaming. I really appreciate it. Everybody give a shout out to Tiny Lion Gaming for 3 trifecta. No, but big shout out to Tiny Lion Gaming, man. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you.
And I remember, Charlie died in September of 2025. I hadn't been vice president. I'd been vice president for all of 8 months when Charlie lost his life to an assassin's gun. One thing that makes people in politics sort of divide against each other is just being in power, right? When you have control of the House, the Senate, the White House, and there's not an election around the horizon, it's very easy to forget what your goal is. Well, starting in a few months, we're going to have primaries that are over, we're going to have candidates on the ballot, and we're all going to need to get out there and work hard, because the people who want to kill Donald Trump, the people who want to throw Donald Trump in prison, the people who murdered our friend, and then the people who celebrated it afterwards, those people are trying to achieve political power.
Yep.
We cannot let them, and we have to unite to make sure that doesn't happen.
Amen. Thank you, JD.
100% bro. 100% dude. I love it. Hey, thank you, Tiny Lion Gaming, for the for the press F for 10 joules. Dude, I love it, man. Thank you so much, bro. Everybody give a shout out to Tiny Lion Gaming for sending a comboed press F for 10 joules. I appreciate it, man. He sent 5 of them. 5? No, I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much for the gifts, man. To everybody, man, we love the gifts on this channel. If you want to send gifts or super chats, we greatly appreciate it. We'll never turn down a good gift or a good super chat.
Good evening, Mr. Vice President. Thank you for taking the time to come out here. My name is Dane Hoff. I'm originally from the great state of Arizona and proudly voted for you and Donald J. Trump in November 2024.
There we go.
And my question is that many people believe the midterms are already gone for us. I disagree. So what is the game plan to win the midterms, and what's the strategy to maintain the coalitions Trump won in 24?
So number one is, I totally agree with you. The idea that midterms are gone is preposterous. And if you go back to 2018 and you look at the polling picture in 2018, that was Trump's first term. And what it showed is that Republicans were getting crushed in the generic ballot by 10, 11, 12 points. The worst polls right now, the worst polls, not all of them, the worst polls have us down by 5 or 6 points. Okay?
That's not that bad. That's not that bad.
And what happened in 2018 is that as we got closer to the election, and again, the right kind of unified in the face of an election campaign, what happened is those margins narrowed, and the Republican Party did much better than expected in 2018. It wasn't a great election by any means, but the idea that this is done now, it's ridiculous, and frankly, it's cynical, pessimistic garbage pushed by people who want us...
Exactly. It's pushed by liberals who want the right to fight each other. It's pushed by the mainstream media and the liberals who want everybody on the right to fight each other. That's pretty much it. If you want the truth, I think that's about as close to the truth as you could get.
To completely give up. Don't give up. We got to keep on fighting. That's the fundamental and most important thing, is the people telling you to give up on the midterms are the people who want us to lose the midterms. Don't listen to them.
Exactly. And here's the thing. I'm voting Republican all the way. I'm voting for Chris Dudley here in Oregon. I don't know if he's going to be the primary candidate ultimately, but whoever the primary candidate for Oregon governor is going to be, I am absolutely, we need to get Tina Kotek out of Oregon. We need to vote her out. So I'm definitely going to be voting for whoever the Republican candidate is. No more are we going to, we're not voting for Democrats. We don't want Democrats to win, essentially. And that's the truth. At least that's the truth for me. I don't want the Democrats to win. I don't want them to have any power. Because the moment that they have power, man, I feel like they abuse it like crazy. I feel like it's just power abuse, bro. Nah, but my boy Chris Dudley, he's running as a Republican for the Oregon governorship, and he's got my vote spot on, man. If there's one guy that's got my vote, man, it's got to be Chris Dudley, straight up. But anyway, let's keep seeing what Vance is talking about. Let's keep seeing.
But what's the game plan? You asked what the game plan is. So I'll give you a little good news and a little bad news on that, because the bad news and the good news about the modern Congress is, whether you agree with this or not, the districts are so gerrymandered, there aren't that many battleground congressional districts left. Like if you go back to 2014, where I think Republicans won like 80 seats in the House, that's not going to happen. Elections like that don't happen anymore. So what we got to fight is 20 or 30 districts where there's actually some real competition in those districts. We got to put a lot of resources. We got to knock on a lot of doors. We got to get out the marginal Trump voter. Because one of the things we saw in 2024 is a lot of our voters, they're dedicated, they love the president, they don't show up in midterm elections. So we got to knock on as many doors and make sure those people get out and vote. We have a game plan, but the House is going to be determined by 20 or 30 seats. We just got to win as many of those as possible. And yes, we can win the midterms in 2026.
Thank you.
And we should say what's happening in Virginia,
Exactly. I mean, and then this is the thing. Democrats always overreact. They always overreach. They always do crazy.
Democrats are hyperbolic. They are the kings and the queens of hyperbole. Hey, Uncle Chris, man. I love you, bro. Uncle Chris, dude. Hell yeah. Thank you, my pink brony, bro. But yeah, no, overall, no, I think JD Vance is spot on true. I really do. I think JD Vance is the man. I think he's the GOAT. I don't know why anybody would not like Vance, man. But yeah, no, I'm glad that we got the sync offset right on here, because I was looking to make sure the sync offset was pretty good. 40 milliseconds isn't too bad. I may do additional tests because I do like to get near perfect on the clap range. But I think 40 milliseconds doesn't sound too bad overall. And it looks like my lips are matching with the sound, so that's a good thing. Dude, Vance is not a fraud, dude. Gifted Gaz, why are you saying that Vance is a fraud? No, he's not, dude. Vance is the man, dude. Vance is the GOAT, dude. What are you talking? Dude, best vice president of all time, dude. Vance is the greatest vice president of all time. Enough said.
Crazy things. And there are districts where, MSNBC will say, well, this district, Donald Trump won it by 20 points, and then, this guy only won it by 12 points. That means everything's terrible. You look in Virginia or look at some of these other places where, Kamala Harris won it by 4 points, and now Republicans are winning by a few points. There's a lot of reason to think that we have a good chance here. We just got to keep on working at it. Sorry, next question.
And the redistricting, make sure if you're watching in Virginia.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Virginia, vote against the Obama-Spangenberger redistricting plan.
Yep.
Vote against it. And frankly, the polls are moving in our direction a little bit. We just got to get out there and defeat that ballot measure.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Thank you so much for being here. It's truly incredible that you can come all across the world and then just be in Athens. So my question not to sound pessimistic, but my question revolves around Congress.
Sure.
And, many Americans feel discouraged, even somewhat dissatisfied. The executive sets out a plan. We want to do something, but Congress sometimes is just unable to deliver. And with, the inability to keep the government open during shutdowns and all of that stuff, what are your thoughts? I know leaders such as Governor DeSantis have called on term limits for Congress members, balanced budget amendments, and banning stock trading. What do you think are just some practical measures that we can take to ensure Congress is delivering results to the American people?
Yeah, so great question. And I remember during the State of the Union address, when the president talked about banning members of Congress from trading stocks, I looked over at Nancy Pelosi and she was sitting in her chair like...
That's actually pretty funny because we all know that the bill was created because of Nancy Pelosi. We know that, and if you look at her returns, by all technicality, Nancy Pelosi is one of the greatest investors of all time. Not because she knows more about investing, but because of the timing in which she bought call options on certain companies right before they announced specific legislation. Simple as that, you would think.
And if you watch the State of the Union, I start laughing hysterically. It's because I looked over and saw the look on Nancy Pelosi's face. I think people don't have any idea how bad the corruption is in Washington, D.C. So, yeah, I love the idea of term limits for Congress. You know what I love more?
And I do think it's good that they're exposing the corruption in D.C. because the corruption in Washington, D.C., that's a real thing, man. And it's something that really isn't talked about enough, in my opinion. It should be talked about quite a bit more. But yeah, there is huge amounts of corruption in Washington, D.C. overall. And it shouldn't be ignored, man. It just shouldn't be ignored. What is Garza? What are you trying to ask, Rain Magro? What are you trying to ask? What is Garza? What is that? What is the question? Are you wondering what my last name is all about? Are you wondering why I've got a Mexican last name? Well, it's because I'm Mexican. But yeah, no, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Okay, so somebody mentioned Garza in a comment.
Rain Magro 9790 says, someone mentioned Garza in a commented.
Okay. All right. Mikhail, how's it going, brother? Hell yeah.
I love the idea of term limits for bureaucrats. Nobody in Washington, D.C. should be able to sit in a chair for 30 years, do your public service.
How's it going, Mr. Mikhail? Nothing much, man. Just doing really good. We got to 10K subs. But yeah, 10K subs. We got a new microphone. And honestly, man, I think, first off, the U.S. won in Iran already pretty much, but I believe that Iran has completely lost this war. They were losing already. They have no cards at this point. It's pretty obvious that Iran has lost the war. But, that's just true. I mean, come on, man. Iran's already lost it, man. Straight up. But yeah. Figured out if we won yet? I don't know. So you're saying that the Strait of Hormuz is not open? Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with banging your couch. Even if JD Vance banged his couch, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. Why is everybody hating on JD Vance for banging his couch, dude? Quit with the hate. Haters gonna hate, bro. All you guys are hating. All you guys are hating. Why you hating? Man, the combination of super chats and swing trades, man, I'm kicking butt on the daily.
Listen, go back home and do something productive. But look, so much of what's broken about Congress really does go down to corruption. So, there's so many examples, let's say, of a congressman who got a classified briefing on COVID. It's like, oh, there's this crazy Wuhan flu that's floating around Wuhan, China. And again, at that point, like, everybody called it the Wuhan flu. And then you come out of that classified briefing and you buy a bunch of biotech stocks, or you buy a bunch of pharmaceutical.
Yeah, it's funny. That's pretty much what a lot of these corrupt senators were doing when they would go into these classified meetings. They would have insider information about things that were going on that the public really wasn't aware of, even most investors were not aware of. So a lot of these people in government had inside knowledge, well, I should say, understanding of what the hell was happening, so they could use that knowledge to buy stocks, and the prices of those stocks would go up rapidly after and they'd buy call options intentionally on those particular companies.
Stocks. Or
Crazy.
maybe, you sell airline stocks because you know that the airlines aren't going to work that well if everybody's sort of sheltering in place and governments are shutting down the economy. That stuff should be illegal and you should go to prison for it. And if you just cut out the basic corruption, you'd solve a lot of the problem.
Thank you so much.
JD's right on that, dude. JD is so fucking right.
This will be the last question.
Okay. Can we take two more? Because I like it. I like answering questions. We'll take a couple more.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Before I get to my question, I just want to, number one, thank you for your service to the United States military. And number two, welcome you to the greatest university in this country.
Thank
you. My question is,
Hell yeah.
As somebody whose parents adopted 3 children from the foster care system and coming from a broken household yourself, we have seen different sides of a somewhat similar narrative. How would you respond to somebody who says that the only way to succeed in this country is to come from a generationally wealthy family?
That's not true. Honestly, I've been very, very successful. And like I said, I've come from a fairly broken home, not like the most broken of all time, nothing like that, nothing too crazy, but it was crazy enough. And I think a lot of people come from very dysfunctional homes. Not everybody does, but there's a lot of people that do. And I know that I could definitely say for a fact that I grew up in an extremely dysfunctional home. It definitely shaped me in a lot of ways. It also probably is responsible for some of the irrational fears that I have, especially towards women, for sure. But yeah, no, overall, you don't need to necessarily come from a wealthy family. I will say this, if you pay attention in school, that definitely helps. Even, by the way, even if you face some adversity, even if like you had to drop out of high school or something like that, you could still be a success. Honestly, I recommend this. I can't really recommend anything legally, but I can say this. I know what I did. I made sure I got my high school diploma. I ended up getting that in 2008. I didn't walk in my graduation ceremony. I didn't care about that. I hated high school.
I hated it. But I'm just glad I got that. But that's about it. Like, I went to a semester of college. I didn't exactly like it. I thought it was kind of a waste of time. So what I did was I just started reading books on subjects that I was really interested in, that I thought would kind of help me out in life a little bit. Like maybe, skills on how to sell things, and, skills on various things that would just give me an advantage in this life. Marketing, things of that nature. Learning little skills, like learning how to be good with computers, for instance, like technical knowledge, technical skills, how to build computers. I was really interested in computers at a young age. And, the funny thing is it really paid off in the long run, my obsession with computers and computer programming and stuff, and just, software and, learning how to use a computer. I definitely have an advantage that most people don't have, is just how many hours I've logged, doing all sorts of really creative things on a computer. So that gives me the best advantage out there overall. Outside of those advantages, though, like I said, I was just really interested in things. I think the reason I was so interested in things was because I didn't want to be home. When I was younger, I didn't want to be home. I did everything I could to stay out of the home. I didn't want to be around my mom or my dad as I got older, just because I played outside a lot. I would go to places to be alone. And yeah, my mom, I got to admit, and it sucks because like I wrestle with some emotions. There's a part of me that does hate my mom, and a part of me that loves my mom. I mean, I love my mom more than I hate my mom, for sure, but I will admit when I was younger, I really, really resented her quite a bit. I really did resent her. And because of just how much of a fucking psycho she was, and how two-faced she was, and I still think she's a little bit of a two-faced psycho, and I hate to say that about my own mom. It's tough to even say that, but I got to be honest. Sometimes a spade's a spade, and I guess it sucks. I'm an older adult. My mom's gone through all this cancer treatment stuff, but I just still have trouble trusting her. It's like you can love somebody, but it's like it's tough to talk about my mom like that too. But I think it hurts my soul because I don't want to think that. It's just when things are true, they're true, and it's just a painful truth. That some people say the truth will set you free. It does, but it is also a painful thing. While it liberates you, sometimes it could stab you a little bit. So, I don't know.
That's a good question. Wow, I didn't expect that one. Well, first of all, it's just not true. And I think that one of the things that, a very powerful thing that somebody told me, is that, disadvantage and unfairness, it is true. Not everybody started at the exact same place. Some people were dealt a much worse hand than others. But what somebody, again, this person gave me a very good piece of advice and said, no matter what hand you were dealt, you have the responsibility to play it as well as you can.
I like that. That is a hell of a quote right there. Let's listen to that again. That was amazing. That was actually one hell of a quote. Hold on.
That somebody told me is that, disadvantage and unfairness, it is true. Not everybody started at the exact same place. Some people were dealt a much worse hand than others.
Fine.
But what somebody, again, this person gave me a very good piece of advice and said, no matter what hand you were dealt, you have the responsibility to play it as well as you can.
Yeah.
And I think that for me at least, there was something empowering for me about recognizing that, yeah, my life wasn't as easy as most other kids. Like I wasn't born with money. I wasn't born with parents who had connections, but I still had a responsibility to God. I had a responsibility to myself to play that hand as well as I possibly could. And that was very empowering to me. So I think first the message is, look at the stories. Look at Clarence Thomas. Look at all the people in the United States who have come from very humble beginnings and achieved great things. You can believe, as I do, that we have to do.
BPD Bob says, I feel I'm not a fan of my mom either. We haven't spoken in like 15 years.
Well, have you thought about it? I don't know what your mom did, and you don't have to say what she did, but Bob, I want to say this, I still have resentment towards my own mother, absolutely. But I still make sure that I try to spend some time with her as much as I can. Because, and I've been able to talk to my mom about the feelings that I felt and how angry I've been at her all these years. And she was surprisingly understanding. Very understanding. So I think if you were to talk to your mom and let her know how you feel, and that you're angry with her, I don't know if you... I think it would at least give you some sort of peace. It's not easy. And maybe it would be an opportunity for you to reconnect with your mom. I don't know what your mom did. Granted, she probably could have done some extremely heinous things that I'm not aware of. And sometimes things are so unforgivable that you just can't go back to that. I get it. But, even though I do resent my mom sometimes, I also still love her and I do care about her. I try to look past that resentment. It's not easy. It's tough.
BPD Bob says, she abandoned me when I was 14. I've tried to have the conversation before and it just ends up everything being my fault, LOL. I tried.
That's fucked. I'm sorry. I get it. I get it. Honestly, that's, yeah. But I will say though, I would ask yourself the question though. I know you haven't talked to her in years, but, I will say though, there's going to come a point that when she does pass away, you may feel differently. Maybe you'll feel the same. I don't know. I don't know your personality completely. Don't be afraid. I can't give advice on this, to be honest. It's not. I don't know your situation completely, but I will ask you to do this though. I will ask you to be as honest with yourself as you can. That if she were to pass away, maybe you would want to still want to spend some time with her. Even if she betrayed your trust, and that is honestly abandoning a child at 14. Honestly, I still think that's an abandonment of trust right there. I get that. But I just don't want you to live with any regrets. That's all. So just keep it in mind, okay? Try to talk to her anyway. And I'm not saying it'll be a good thing, but I think the more that you talk to her, I think the less regrets you'll have in life. That's just my opinion. All I know is the more I've talked to my mom,
Wiener gang
about a lot of stuff, even if it's tough, like I said, I just don't want you to have any regrets, man. And I'm not trying to like guilt trip you or anything, but I would like you to think
laugh
about
out loud.
this.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Always remember that.
But don't forget to, even though it's tough, maybe give her a call and let her know that you want to spend some time with her. That there's this crazy guy named Michael Garza that you talk to, and he said that if I didn't talk to you, maybe I would regret it in my life. You can use me as an excuse. I don't mind.
If using me as an excuse to talk to your mom gets you to talk to your mom, I'm okay with that. I don't know. I just don't want to see you live with any regret, man. But ultimately, it is your decision. And we're not going to try to force you or guilt trip you into anything, okay? I just want you to think it through, that's all. And you probably have thought it through several times. But, I don't know. I get how tough it is, though. GMP OMG, thank you so much for the super chat, my brony bro. I appreciate it big time, man. Thank you. You're a pink brony bro. Let me put it up on the screen real quick here.
Laugh out loud. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Always remember that.
GMP, what up, bro? You're my pink brony bro. Well, hey, there's nothing wrong with thinking about it, man. Nothing wrong with it.
Laugh out loud. I might have said that at the wrong time. The stream was way behind and I just scrolled it forward.
Oh, don't even sweat it, brother. Don't even sweat it. I'm not very good at timing things out either. Yeah, it's okay, man. It's all right, man. Timing, like I said in that little chat, is not my forte either. It's not one of my best skills. Time management, I will say, is not necessarily my best skill. At least getting to things on time.
BPD Bob says, "Nah, you're good. Sorry if I brought down the chat a little. Was just trying to say I understand and share my experience cause Garza asked."
On the contraire, Mr. Bob. Honestly, you made me think about, my relationship with my parents in a lot of ways too. And while I've been spending time with my mom and dad as much as I can, I just know that here's the thing, I just know that if I didn't spend the time that I've been spending with my parents, that somehow I would come to regret it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I would just come to regret it if I, didn't spend the time that I needed to spend with them. You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily a bad thing to want to, especially if you have some desire to want to be able to rekindle with your mom on that one, man. So I appreciate you. And you didn't bring down the chat, man. If anything, it was actually really, it was really moving to me, by the way. I'm serious, Bob. That was really moving. And I appreciate when people tell honest, heartfelt stories. I think it's good to have a little bit of a dose of truth, even if it hurts.
Annie01200 says, "We care about ya BPD, I just don't want you to have any regrets, bud. Think about it, man."
Yeah. We're all rooting for you no matter what, Mr. Bob, but you take the time that you need, and it's an emotional decision. It is absolutely an emotional decision, and like I said, we don't want to force you, but we do want to try to persuade you. We can be persuasive, but we'll never force you. Ultimately, we want you to make the best choice for you. Like I said, we just don't want you to live with any regrets. We feel like that can happen. Not just feel it, we know it can. So thanks for considering it, man. Thank you for considering it, bro. Appreciate you, man. But I do want to thank GMP for the super chats, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. All right, let's see here. Let's finish off this little JD Vance thing, dude. JD Vance is a hunk.
Do a lot better job by the young people of this country, while at the same time knowing that you are the master of your own destiny. Never give up on yourself and never believe that you're a victim of circumstances, because when you believe that, you will be a victim of circumstances.
Exactly. You don't have to be a victim of your circumstances. Exactly.
She's trolling you with that.
I know.
Hi, Mr. Vice President.
Hello.
My name is Esther. This is so cool. So I know like the whole H-1B thing you talked about, but I am also a daughter of a legal immigrant who came here on an H-1B visa.
Sure.
So my mom and my dad, we've been here for over 10 years. I was born here, well, more than over 10 years. I'm 20 years old. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
That's okay. Take your time.
But like for people who have been here on H-1B visas, it's been really hard, like getting the green card based on everything with quotas and everything. Like my family, we're from India, the quotas are so bad and they're still open and they're taking the money. How do we fix the immigration system for people who have been waiting for the green cards for so long? And they're not getting it in time, because a lot of people don't know it, during the Biden administration, to get a green card, it would have taken my family 150 years to get a green card.
Sure.
So how is the Trump administration like trying to fix that for people who have been here, are paying taxes and doing a lot of stuff that citizens do, but they can't do a lot of things that citizens do? Like, we're also looking for the American dream. Like, my parents, they send me to private Catholic school, even though sometimes we used to live paycheck to paycheck. So how is the Trump administration going to fix that for like people like that?
Sure. So let me just offer a couple observations there. So one, I appreciate the question. And two, what I would say is,
it's definitely a big question for sure. Before Vance fully answers it, I want to say much appreciation for her honesty on that. And I think it's a good question for Vance to think about. I think it's good to stare these people in the face. The H-1B1 visas or whatever the hell they're called, it is tough for some of these people to get full-on citizenship. It is true. Especially when they've been here for a while and they've proven that they're a good citizen. I think there should be a certain point where it's like, hey, look, we're going to give you your citizenship because you've proven to be you're proven to do the best you can for this society. So, I don't know.
You heard me talk about H-1B fraud, because I think there is a lot of fraud in the H-1B system. And I think you can believe on the one hand that there's a lot of fraud in the H-1B system, while also believing that there are people who have come to the United States in the past who have enriched this country. And look, I'm married to the daughter of immigrants from India, and I love my in-laws, and they're great people, and they've been great contributors to the United States of America. But I also think that when you become an American citizen, whether your family has 9 generations of lineage in the United States or whether your family has 0 generations of lineage in the United States, one of the responsibilities that we must...
Yeah, there's a lot of trolls in the chat. I will admit, we got a lot of trolls going on here in the chat. The trolls never seem to end in the Michael Garza show chat. I will admit that. It's kind of a problem, maybe. The Michael Garza show trolls, man. We have so many trolls in the chat. Ultimately, I don't really mind that there's trolls in the chat. It does kind of make it fun every once in a while. But my goodness, man, there are some trolls who get in there, and it's just like, oh my God. It's so tough. You're just like, what am I doing here? I don't belong here. Sometimes I feel like a stranger in town. And then I've lost what I found. It'll all turn around. In a little while I'll still be here without you. In a little while still thinking about you.
Yeah, we got a lot of trolls that go in here. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of trolls. I'm not going to lie. The trolls come in and, I'm fine with it, though. You got to let the trolls have their day in the sun, I guess, you know. I just kind of let them do what they want, you know, as long as they're not personally attacking me or, you know, doing whatever. Well, I guess even they could have personally attacked me. That's fine. Just don't personally attack people in my life. That's all I ask. Simple as that. Simple as that, my man. Pink is my favorite color. Pink is... Oh, man. That's one of my favorite Aerosmith songs is Pink. Anyway, though, I am a little bit tired, I realized. So I'll tell you what, we're going to end it. Well, hold on. We got to finish this video. Before we end the stream for the night, I do got to finish this video.
Expect of citizens. And I, of course, you know, it's always hard to talk in specifics about your situation because I don't know about it. But one of the obligations of citizens is that you have to think about the best interest of the country and not the country you came from beforehand and not of any sort.
But yeah, you got if you're going to be immigrating to this country, you got to be America first. If you're going to immigrate to America, you got to be willing to say, look, America first. The country that I came from, the reason I'm leaving is because it's a total s-hole. That's why. So if you're gonna immigrate to America, man, you better at least support America in some sense, you know? I don't know. But I do want to thank you guys for coming into the chat. Coming into the show. I think I am just a little bit too tired right now. I want to thank GMP for the super chats, though. Thank you, my brony bro. I appreciate those. I am a little bit tired, admittedly. Plus, I got to take a shower, and then I'm going to probably read a book or something like that. I don't know. But... yeah, I'm going to take a shower, read a book. But I really do want to say thank you to you guys. You got to pay the troll toll to get into this boy's hole. No, I do want to thank you guys, though. I am... like I said, I'm bloody tired right now. Way more tired than I anticipated, bronies. Oh, man. My mussy. But yeah, if you guys if you guys haven't subscribed yet, make sure that you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow. You know, don't forget to become a channel member. You got to pay the troll toll to get into this boy's hole. Oh, man. You got to get the boy's soul. To get this boy's hole. I can't remember how it went exactly, but Frank is the troll, and he's asking for the toll. That's kind of what I imagine. When Iran's asking for a toll at the Strait of Hormuz, it's like I'm thinking of Frank asking for the troll toll, you know, the whole time. That's kind of what I'm thinking a little bit. Overall. All right, have a good night, you guys. Hey, Bob, thank you for sharing. Honestly, anytime anybody wants to be vulnerable on here, I just want to let you know that I'm not going to laugh at you. In fact, if anything, I think it's a good thing. I think it's good. I like to talk to people, especially if they're having a crisis of the spirit. And the reason I like to talk to people when they're having a crisis of the spirit is just because maybe there's some wisdom that I have that could give them a different frame of mind. I don't necessarily want to tell them what decision to make, but I do want them to know that maybe they will feel a certain way later on down the road. And maybe it'll help them have less regrets, you know. So I appreciate it. All right, you guys. Well, I'll let you all go. Like I said, anybody who hasn't subscribed yet, I hope you guys tap the subscribe button. But I will catch you guys later. We're at 10,000 subscribers now. We're a lot better than we were. We're growing and growing and growing. It's getting better and better, so I'll catch you guys later.